Oh, hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hi.
I have a doubt. Can you clarify? Is there any stops in the call?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Good morning, sir.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, sir.
Are, are
Good
you
morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
are you visualizing this slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Yeah, sir.
So today we'll start our discussion from how to conduct descriptive research.
Hi, sir. Sorry to disturb you.
Yes,
We have doubts.
please.
In our exam portal, the Chennai center is not showing.
That I may not be able to clarify because I am no connected with DT because I am a professor in a department of tourism studies. I am taking your class. If you have any exam related things, you have to speak directly to exam wing or your center in Chennai. Please
Okay,
mute the
we
mic.
reached, but they never reply to us. That's only we are asking you.
No, I cannot reply anything related to exam. Either you have to come in person or you call them. Am I right? Thank you. You please mute your mic. Please attend class only. Yeah. So please mute the mic. Thank you. So we'll start our discussion from descriptive research. There are 6 major steps through which descriptive research is conducted. One, let us start from the first step, identification of a research problem. So whenever we start conceptualizing research or research study, because research study begins with problem. No research starts without any problem because there must be a problem or problems for which a researcher is conducting the research, or researcher is interested to do the research, or researcher has got an opportunity or gets an opportunity to understand the problem and give appropriate solutions to the research problems through scientific research. And majority of you are business management graduates. And all of you are doing MBA tourism. Some of you must be working in the corporate world. Primarily, all of you are supposed to identify the problem, study the problem, understand the problem, diagnose the problem, investigate the problem, and clarify the problem. Then try to understand the nature of the problem, scope of the problem, magnitude of the problem. So if you start understanding the business problem thoroughly, and perhaps you will be able to give solution to the business problem so that the business will continue. Whether the problem is related to sales or marketing or HR or supply chain or logistics or operation research, etc. Or the problems related to consumer behavior, consumer satisfaction, branding, positioning, profit or loss, investment, capital investment, etc.
Sir,
So
the seems to be stuck.
pardon?
The screen seems to be stuck. I guess we are on slide 10, but we are the presentation is of page number 9.
Okay, how come? Just no. Is it okay?
Yeah,
Now it is
yes,
fine.
this is correct.
Okay, fine. Thank you for correcting it. Yes.
No problem, sir.
So therefore, the identification problem is fast. Please mute the mic. Please mute the mic. Hello, Mario.
Just give me a moment, sir.
Yes. Thank you. So therefore, how do you come to know about problem, or how can you understand the problem properly? There are many ways of understanding the problem. One of the fundamental ways of understanding the problem is reading the literature. Reading the literature, reading published reports. For example, if you try to understand the problem of sales of a particular product, then you need to get last 20 years sales data. You need to get last 20 years sales data. And whether the trend of the sales of a particular product is growing or fluctuating, or the trend is decreasing, what is the current status, or what has been the statuses for the last 20 years. So if you get the 20 years data, and if you perhaps you would see that there is a fluctuation of sales, then you try to understand what is the reason for fluctuation of sales. You take the example of sales of Mysore sandal soap. Many of you must be knowing about the Mysore sandal soap, Mysore agarbatti, and many products of Mysore. And once upon a time, this is today, it is an international brand, and many of us are using some of the products of Mysore. But what is the problem today? The sales of the product is decreasing, and why it is decreasing? Why there is a downfall in the sales? Maybe the reason of competitors, maybe the reason of the labor turnover, maybe the reason of the increasing of the raw material cost, maybe the reason of change of the leadership, maybe the change of the technology, maybe the change of market diversification, market change, etc. So one of the reasons, or many of the reasons, or two of the reasons can be studied thoroughly. Then if you try to understand these are the reasons for which sale is decreasing or sale is fluctuating, then you try to arrest the problem, you try to give a solution to the Mysore sandal soap company to critically analyze the solutions given by you as a researcher, and they will implement it. So therefore, reading literature is a must, because there must be studies, there must be enormous studies pertaining to the downfall of the sales, maybe related to the same product or other product. Then you try to read them from the reports, from the research papers, and that would give you hands-on information, ready-made information, and to know earlier cases, what were the reasons of the downfall of the sales, and how the manufacturers or the marketers try to overcome the problems of the cells. That must you can get the information from the published literature, published in the journals in the area of management, commerce, and economics. At the same time, you may read the reports. You may see the reports, you may read periodicals, you will understand it. Second is select participants and instruments. Actually, sometimes what happens, you may not understand completely the problems from the literature. And as far as our market research is concerned in the management science, as I experience, as I know, understand, we may not be able to complete the research with the past problem and above literature. Today there are noises. I think some of the participants, they don't bother it. Please mute the mic. Please mute the mic. Please mindful of muting the mic. Time is very precious. Subhangi? Subhangi? I don't know, I can mute it. Yes.
Sir, you should be able to mute her. Just click on the three dots. Yes.
Yes, I'll do it. Yeah, thank you. It's a distance to me, no? So they should understand it. Okay. So, select, because as I told you, you may not get the, just a minute, just a minute. So select participants. Participants means who are going to, because as I told you, you may not get complete information about the research problems from the review of literature. Sometimes problems must be there from the feedback of the users of the moisture sandal soap. So you need to go back to the users of the moisture sandal soap, or those who are using or those who have already used. So there must be a door-to-door survey. There must be a questionnaire. Participants are the users in this case. Instrument means you have to develop or design or prepare a questionnaire. Because the questionnaire is called instrument here, which will capture opinions, feedbacks, or experiences of the participants in the instrument. Okay? So when they share the feedback or experiences, opinion in the instrument, so instrument, you will get an instrument when the instrument is well tested, well defined. An instrument is flawless. Instrument can capture 100% data, opinion of the participants. So that is called questionnaire. So questionnaire becomes instrument when it is well tested with reliability and validity. That I'll tell you later. So once you collect the questionnaire, the next stage is you have to enter the data on the SPSS spreadsheet or Excel spreadsheet. Then use appropriate statistical tool, mostly the SPSS, so that you will get the reliability data. You get the reliability data. Clear? So once you get the reliability data, then you start analyzing data. Start analyzing the data. You start analyzing data, then you come to know whether the reliability data or data pertaining to standard deviation or mean, any other statistical tool you can use on the data and analyze the data, what is the trend of the data. Then you start writing the reports. You start writing the report. So we'll go to the next slide. Because before we go for when we do the descriptive research, we primarily get some common errors. Because no research is free from errors. Because no research is 100% error free. Because we need to identify the errors which can be corrected or which can be manipulated, or we can reduce the percentage of the errors. If any research which is erroneous or the research which is not free from errors, so ultimately what happened? No, the result will not be correct or relevant, and results will not be used for any other decision making, or results cannot be used as a part of the solution to the research problems or business problems. So therefore a researcher ensures that common errors or specific errors can be minimized. So one of the such errors is called low response rates are very common. Because what is the low response rate? If respondents are not serious, if respondents don't respond properly, and dear participants, please wait for a minute. Just for a minute, I'll handle some household work and I'll get back to you within a minute. So low response rate is very common. And why? What are the reasons for low responses? There are some reasons. First response is respondents will not be free to spare valuable time for answering the questions. They may be preoccupied, or they may not be interested to
Hello, sir.
answer.
Hello, sir. I can't get anything.
Pardon?
It became sick.
You are not able to see?
Sometimes it becomes sick.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes.
Sometimes it becomes sick.
Sometime?
It became sick.
Oh, no, maybe the network issue from your side. Okay. So you check your network, check your internet speed.
Same problem I'm also facing.
Okay. So
Okay, sir.
what is about others?
Sir, it's clear. For us, it's
What is
My side is clear, sir.
Clear, sir. Yes, sir.
Clear.
It's clear, sir.
you are clear? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
There may be some problem. Okay. Thank you. So we'll go back. Just a minute.
चटनी यहाँ से दे
So next is, so therefore as a researcher, your sincere responsibility is to increase the response rate. If you increase the response rate, means increase the response rates of the sample respondents, then there will be accuracy of your data. Then you can get proper representation of the samples. And if you get low response rates, for example, 100 questionnaires will be administered or given, and if you get only 20 questionnaires with the filled-in answers or reply, perhaps that will not be. Just a minute. Manimaran, please mute your mic. Manimaran. Yes. So last class was very smooth. Today, I don't know, it is about some participants. I request all of you, those who please be mindful of muting the mic. Thank you. So therefore, what I suggest you all, because when you do your project work in the MBA, primarily this class, these lessons or this discussion would be extremely helpful to all of you. So when you go for preparing a project report, or when you go for collecting data, you see to that the response rate will be more. For example, if you administer 60 questionnaires, See to that as many as 55 respondents must answer it. Uh, uh, must give you free time to reply you. Otherwise, you identify the respondents who can have sufficient time for you to give the answers. Because if you collect the answers in a hurry, or somebody is in very hasty, or somebody, some respondents would not have time to read properly, understand properly, and answer properly. So perhaps the research objectives will be defeated. Perhaps the way you want to, the objective of the research or the aim of research will not be fulfilled. So that much high response rate is very high, very easy, is essential. Once the response rate is high, and you will get proper precision, proper representation, proper and accuracy of the research. So your research findings will be correct. You can be able to give suggestions, and you have free to use many statistical instruments, and it will become a more scientific one. The primary purpose is when you conduct a research, it involves cost. Because if you do individual research, no, you yourself go to a city, stay there, meet the experts, get the questionnaire finalized, take the printout, and go to the site, administer the questionnaire. You have to stay in a hotel or a guest house. You have to eat food. So it involves the cost and time. But I always see that time is more important than the cost. Time is more important than the cost. When the time is more important than the cost, then you should be mindful of giving the questionnaire to those respondents who would spare their valuable time with you. Then your responsibility will be high. But as you know, most of the research problems or research errors are rooted with the low response rate. So therefore, it is a suggestion to all of you, when you go for conducting your research, you need to increase the response rate. Second one is difficulties interpreting the findings without the data representing the non-respondents' views. This is very typical. That I have already explained you, because you can only be able to explain data, the results of the views of the respondents, those who have given the responses. So well, sit down. Sit down. Okay. Phone करो बेटा लोग. आखिर पकड़ो. So second is, difficulties interpreting the findings without the data representing non-respondent. That is a problem. If, for example, there is a 5% or 5% to 10% respondents who don't answer your questions, you need not give much importance to it. You can simply ignore it. But if 20-25% of the respondents don't answer properly or don't respond it properly, or perhaps you don't know how to analyze the such non-responses data, that is a common problem. Second one is, a researcher needs to develop recording forms that collect the data objectively and reliably. That is true, because sometimes we try to record the interviews or discussions, interactions with the key informants or key respondents. That is most important. So classification of descriptive research. So mostly it is self-report and observations. Individuals respond to statements or questions about themselves. Individuals respond to statements or questions about themselves. Individuals respond to statements or questions about themselves. Observation data is collected by the researcher watching participants. There are two ways of collecting data. One way of collecting data is that without giving the questions to the respondents, that we call the ethnographic study. Because it is a part of the qualitative research, ethnographic study, in the sense you go to a market and sit quietly in a corner of the market in an isolated and shadow unknown place, corner of the market, and let people feel that you are sitting for some other purpose, not for watching the customers. And for example, some of you go to the main market in Puducherry or some part of the markets in Tamil Nadu or some places, and sit in a place and observe a particular customer. For example, a customer enters into the market premises and how he or she behaves. There are customers, immediately they go and buy. They don't go and walk around the market, check the price and quality and quantity. What they do normally, they try to, just a minute. What they do normally, they sit in a corner and try to be observant and see to that how many customers they go and buy the vegetables or any product without going around the market or without checking the price. They go to a shopkeeper and ask, I want the, these many quantities of the products, of these many products. You just measure it and fill in the buy bag. And what is the cash, what is the amount, they will make the payment. There are customers, they will be too rigid. They may not buy the products as they enter. What they do, they try to compare the price, compare the quality, then they go for negotiations, bargaining, and then they buy it. Another type of the consumers you might have observed, they don't go to anywhere, they go to the vendor from whom they regularly buy. Clear? So like that. And you will observe there are buyers, they don't go to any market, they go to a particular market because as it is convenient to them. Or some of the people, they go to a particular market for the price, low price or quality, etc. So observation technique is a part of the qualitative research. For example, when I take the class, when I just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute, I'm taking a glass of water.
Anybody participating?
So sorry. Why I'm trying to tell you all in details, because primarily in 8 hours class, I may not be able to complete all details. At least some of the portions, if I go deep into the things, you can thoroughly understand. Even some of you may not go for quantitative data collections, you may go for qualitative data collections, and you can go for 20 samples, observe them, write about them, and create a story. The way I'm telling you, this is called qualitative research. The first one is called self-report, because you know the self-report which I already described you, it involves several steps, because you have to prepare a questionnaire and give the questionnaire to the respondents. And questionnaires there are closed-ended questions, open-ended questions, and scales questions, double barrel. There are different types of questions. Questions are divided into scales. We call nominal scale questions, ordinal questions, interval questions, ratios questions. And question is divided in two parts. One is called demographic profile of the respondents. Another is called the contents of the research problems questions.
Video is not visible, sir.
Pardon? Is it visible now?
No, sir.
The slide is old one, sir.
Pardon?
The slide is old one, sir.
So the slide that we're currently seeing is classified by how data are collected.
Self-report.
But I think you're talking about questionnaires, right?
That is true, but it's related to that.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
okay, sir.
Am I right? Please understand it, because I am not teaching you like a kindergarten teacher. I am a professor of a university. Please understand it, because this is a slide. I'm not reading the slide. Point is a slide. I'm trying to elaborate the things which are related to the slide. Please understand it. Okay. So that, because there are something which I am trying to relate it. So then, if I try to finish it, I will finish. If I read the slide, I can finish in 5 minutes. Is it the purpose of taking the classes?
It was only a question. We're going.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You see the next slide. What I explained you in the earlier slide, it is there in this present slide. Are you clear?
Thank you, yes.
Because I am trying to relate it. Please understand. Now you are free to questions. I like it. So I am defending it. So next is, yeah, it is over. Next is. So as you know, survey represent the most common types of self-report measures. So one is called questionnaires, another is called interviews. Questionnaires and interviews. And as I told you, the self-report and observations, an interview is a technique which comes under the qualitative research. And interview is something we call it as schedule. SSCHEDULD, scheduled. Scheduled method. Scheduled method means the sense when you have a questionnaire, you yourself go to the field, give the questionnaire to the respondents, and you ask the questions, and you yourself write the answers given by the respondents, and you help the respondents clarifying the questions, you help the respondent in translating the questions, help the respondents in interpreting the questions, so that respondent will clearly understand the meaning of the question and nature of the question, so that you can elicit or seek information correctly. This is one way of collecting data. Another way of collecting data is you leave the questionnaire at a respondent's place. For example, you go to a marketplace, you leave the questionnaire in a shop, let the respondent come and take the questionnaire and answer the questions, and hand over the questionnaires to the shopkeepers. You can collect it leisurely, maybe after 1 week or 10 days. Am I right? So this is advantage of conducting surveys. This takes less time. That is true. It is less expensive, and you can easily administer the large samples. You can easily you can easily administer to large samples. So, information collected by a school, sample survey, use of sample depending relevant subgroup centers. Let me tell you about the sampling, because this is also very important to all of you. Anybody can answer me what do you mean by sample? Can anybody tell me what do you mean by sample?
Sir, in case in manufacturing, if you produce 100 parts and sampling basis, hourly we take 5 pieces to inspect the part, whether it is meeting all the specifications. So, in simple way, this is how sampling is done. Or there are acquired quality level charts that gives some standard. Let's say it may, if you produce 20 parts, since the production quantity is less, all 20 parts we need to inspect. If you produce 60, there are levels. For electronics, it is 0.65. If you produce 1,000, I inspect 50 parts, something like that. There are standards. So since we cannot inspect all the parts, we do at sample level, which is very less level, which will say all the remaining parts also will meet the requirements.
Okay, good. What is your good name? May I know your name?
My name is Madan Gopal, sir.
What are you doing?
I am manufacturing.
Pardon?
I am a manufacturing engineering manager in electronics company.
Oh, working in Chennai?
No, sir. Presently, I am in Pune. I am from Chennai, but I am presently in Pune.
Okay, you are a B mechanical.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So, see, please mute the mic. Madan Gopal, please mute the mic. Please mute the mic.
Sir, in simple words, can we take it as a sample is a part of a whole?
Yes, very correct, Sridevi.
Sir,
Very correct.
also in simple word, we can say it classifying the data.
No.
Sir, it is
Or sir, can we say like a representative subset of a large population or a larger group?
Yes, Manas. Yes. Please be clear again.
It is a thing
It's like a representative subset of a larger group or a larger population.
Yes. Very correct. Actually, why do you want to take a sample? Let me give the example. After that, I'll get. I like interactions from all of you because
as per statistics, a simple definition is small part of the total population, sir. It's a subset.
Very correct. So
A small testing copy of the whole product is called sample, sir.
Yes, very correct. Because sample and sampling. Go for sampling. So there are two categories of sampling methods. One is called probability sampling method. Another is called non-probability sampling method. So sampling is all about, as some of you have correctly answered, that it's a true representation of the population. It is a true representation of the characters of the population. And population also is a true representation of the universe. Am I right? There is a relationship between sample, population, and universe. So universe, for example, if you take the example of Chennai as the universe, because the area of study is Chennai. And the population, this is not that whole residents of Chennai are the populations of your target. No. It depends on your study. For example, if you make a study of a product being used by people in Chennai, let us say Mysore soap, as I told you. So not necessary that you may include close to 2 crore population in Chennai, which is very large population size. So you may go, for example, you may there must be an earlier studies about moisture sandal soap. You read them and understand this, and you understand in a way that this particular soap is used by a specific age group of population, or it is used by all, from starting from child to the old age. If it is the case, then you try to understand which age group of the population is using more. So you try to take that age group of population and to know that what is their population census in the population. How many are they in the population? What constitutes them? 20%, 30%, 50%? If they constitute 50%, that will be your population. So if you got a complete study, that you are free to do that, but which you cannot do it. The primary purpose is to reduce the cost and unnecessary expenditure and redundant of doing. Secondly, you can minimize your time, and you can eliminate unnecessary data, and you can eliminate overlapping, you can eliminate homogeneous data, because there is no point of homogeneous data. Okay, so I'll show you the slide. I'll show you the slide. Yeah. So therefore, this is a population sampling. It is a true population of a true representative of the population, or it is a true representative of a product. Whatever you say. What is the idea? Idea is, instead of unpacking all product, is the idea of taking bloods from everyone. For example, if you want to know whether rice is fully boiled or not, it is not necessary that you have to taste all rices. Am I right? So just a minute, I'll attend one call, I'll get back to you. Just a minute.
Sir, voice is not audible.
I'll get. Okay, so all of you must be thorough in the sampling methods, because we have, I'll get back to you a little later about the sampling and etc. Different types of samples. So mostly, we may go for a census study, or we may go for a sample study. Census study, in the sense we include all population, all members in the universe in the study. Am I right? And secondly, analytical census survey, sample survey, which we call a school survey or a census survey. So census study and sample study. In the sample study, we take some representations, true representations from different geographical regions, different age groups, different regions, different income strata, different educational group. So you see to that there is a representation from each and every strata. Then only, if the population is very diverse, heterogeneous, then our sample size will be more. Is fundamental. When the population is more, when the sample will be more, it explains that the population must be heterogeneous. That means they must be very diversified in character. So we'll go to the next slide. So another survey examining a variable that differentiates children at different developmental stages. Cross-sectional survey, collecting data from several samples at one point of time. Serving sample elementary, middle, as I told you earlier. For example, I gave the example of collecting data only from a specific age group of population in a universe who extensively use the Moisture handles of religiously. Or you may go for collecting data from the sample respondents who mostly go to the restaurants to eat the food. Am I right? So you may not expect all members in the particular city go to the restaurants. So some section of the people, they go to the restaurants. We want that data about them.
Yes.
So longitudinal study, because we want to collect the data more than one time from the same respondents on a same problem. On a same problems. For example, samples from succeeding groups are studied over time. Separate samples from single group are studied over time. A single sample from a group is studied over time. A sample is studied after the formal study is complete. Am I right? Because you try to know, is there any change in the trend? For example, the study is completed. Again, you go for conducting a study. For example, you want to know the behavior of the elephants. Okay. For example, you know the baby elephants, then grown-up elephants, then the old age elephants. So if you take the 5-year data of a 100 or 50 elephant in a particular sanctuary and study their behavior, we call this a longitudinal study. Am I right? Sources of data. So sources of data, as you know, one is called the secondary sources, another is the primary sources. Am I right? So secondary sources, as I told you earlier, when I explained you about the literature review, you know, most of the researchers, they try to understand the nature of the problem or the dynamics of the problems from the literature or from the report, etc. Am I right? And secondary data provides trend of the results, and you come to know, for example, if you take the case of child nutritional problems or child malnourishments. So if you get the data of last 20 years of children from the Department of Women and Child Welfare or the Department of Bureau of Statistics or Central Statistical Organizations called CSO or many other statistical agencies today at the private sector, in the private sector. So they have computed data. You collect the data about the children who are malnourished, and that will be giving you initial understanding about the reasons of the malnourishment and whether the data about the malnourishment is very abnormal, erratic, or the data is very positive. That means the rate of the malnourishment is decreasing or the rate of malnourishment is fluctuating or increasing. So that particular last 20 years or 30 years of data would help you understand the present status of the malnourishment of the children in a developing or in a third world countries. Clear? So secondary data, if you try to complete your research, by using secondary data, that means you are free to do that. You take the example of Department of Students of Economics, students of Commerce, student of Psychology. Some psychology students also go primary data, but mostly the students of Economics and Commerce, they go for secondary data. So with the analysis of the secondary data, so they prepare the report, analyze the report, interpret the report, get the findings, and give the suggestion recommendations in the report. That report would also be acceptable because they use scientific statistical tools to analyze the data and to interpret the data in such a way that it becomes very easy for a decision maker to take decisions. So advantage means it is, as I told you, it is not expensive, and it is secure, and you may be able to complete the research quickly, and acceptability of the findings will be very high because the data collected by some other agencies by using some methods, scientific methods. What are the disadvantages? Because you may not know the data accuracy, because data collected for some purposes, data owned by some agency. So when data owned by some agency, this is called the unknown accuracy and ill fitting for the problem. Sometimes your problem may not, the problem of the study may not be thoroughly explained or analyzed with the secondary data, results of the secondary data. So these are the limitations of using secondary data. There are many advantages of the secondary data, and secondary data is extensively used, comprehensively used by the student of economics and commerce. So primary data, as I earlier told you, the data which will be collected for this specific purpose, because secondary data collected for some other purposes, not for the purpose for which the research is conducted. But the primary data which will be which is collected for a specific purpose of the study. For example, you are collecting the data, you have the ownership of data, you have the control over the data. So you are flexible to use the data because you have authority on the data because you have collected data. You have collected data for the purpose for which the research is conducted. Are you clear about the primary and secondary?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. So if you want to make a note, you can make a note of it. I'll just give 2 minutes time. Just note it. Sources of secondary data: internal and external, published and commercial. Okay. So let me explain. Just a minute. Hello. Huh. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please unmute. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Professor is on call.
So types of primary data, because what you have seen is an example of the secondary data. For example, you may get the secondary data from sales invoice, salesperson call reports, salesperson's expense account, credit memos, warranty cards. Now the age is about the data. There is a program called MBA Data Analytics. Many of you must be knowing about the course, namely MBA Data Analytics. Now the whole business is revolving around the data. The whole business is revolving around the data. Pradeep ji, आप थोड़ा mute करिए, mute. So therefore, you may get nowadays what happened, today morning one student called me. Just an example to all of you. A student called me and I had a conversation with him. I asked him, what are you doing? And he says, sir, I am doing some data management work. What data management work? Sir, I am trying to know how many are, because he's into the sales of the North America and Europe package tour. And he is working on sales. I said, how are you getting the contact details? He said, sir, we have a team who are working, the members of the team are working to collect the data from different sources, contact number, email, phone number, etc. And we try to reach out them. For example, if one of you or if I start searching about the places of interest in UK, am I right? Just a minute. Madam, kondu. अच्छा मैडम कहते मतलब 2 घंटा नवा पे ओ एक क्लास नुहे ओ परफॉर्मेंस मैनेजमेंट 2 घंटा कहले ओ 3 to 4 ने अच्छा अच्छा ठीक अछि गपुरसन क्लास नहीं गेल 15 मिनट अधिका ओ ठीक अछि ओ ठीक अछि ओ थैंक यू So dear participants, now Gopur sir will take the class. So I'll meet you tomorrow. Huh? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Shall we start the session?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Very good morning, sir.
Please mute your mics. I think there is a lot of background noise from different students. So you can mute your mic, okay? Yeah. Can you see my screen, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So in the last class, we were talking about equilibrium, and I have discussed what is equilibrium, right? So I repeat it again. Equilibrium is a price which is agreed by, right? Or it is the intersecting point of demand and supply together, right? That is, this is the point where the quantity supplied is equal to quantity demanded. And when we talk about the equilibrium price, it is a price at which the supply is ready to buy or supply is ready.
Sir, your voice is very low.
Is it? Actually, I'm not well actually, but anyway, I'll try to take it. Is it audible? Am I audible, students?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity, that is what we have discussed in the last class. So equilibrium price is the price which is agreed by the buyer and agreed by the seller also, right? That is what we discussed in the last class. Now in this case, right, if you look at this case, at price 25, the equilibrium quantity is 20. That is, it's the intersecting point of demand and supply. That is, at this particular point, right, at this 25 price, buyer is ready and the seller is also ready. When I say the ready, meaning he is agreed to buy and he is agreed to sell it, right? Now coming to the point, let us say that the price goes from 25 to 30, right? So the equilibrium price is 25. Now the price goes from 25 to 30. What the law of demand says? When the price increases, the quantity demanded will come down, right? So when the price went to 30, the quantity demanded came down from 20 to 10, right? And what does supply says? Supply says that when the price increases, the supplier will increase the quantity, right? That means the quantity supplied will go from 20 to 30, right? Now look at the point, right? Look at the point. At 25 rupees, that is equilibrium price, the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded is 20. That means there is no difference. But at 30 rupees, quantity supplied is 30 and the quantity demanded is 10. There is a difference is there, right? We call this concept as a surplus because the law of demand and law of supply says that when the price increases, automatically the supplier will sell more quantity. And the law of demand says that when the price increases from 25 to 30, the quantity demanded will come down. So automatically what will happen? There will be surplus in the market, right? Now let us look at the opposite of that. Let us say that the price is 25, equilibrium price is 25 and the equilibrium quantity is 20. Now let us say price is coming from 25 to 20, coming down, right? So what the law of demand says? The law of demand says that when the price decreases, the quantity demanded will increase it, right? That means when the price came down from 25 to 20, the quantity demanded went to 30. And what the law of supply says? The law of supply says that when the price decreases, the quantity supplied will come down, right? That means at 25 equilibrium price, the quantity supplied was 20, but when the price came down to 20, the equilibrium quantity, that means the supply came down to 10. There is a difference there, right? We call this concept as a shortage, right? So what is the point I'm making that when the price move from 20, that means equilibrium, to the below or above the equilibrium, the demand and supply will match the price and it will rectify it, right? Now I'll come to the point. What is the point here? Look at the surplus and shortage. When the price is greater than equilibrium price, the quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded, right? That means there is excess supply there, right? When we come to the shortage, that means when the price is less than equilibrium price, the quantity demanded, right, is higher than the quantity supplied, right? So this is the scenario. Now look at the surplus. When there is an excess supply is there, or when there is a surplus supply is there, automatically what will happen? The seller is made to reduce the price of the product. And the same is in the case of the shortage. When there is a shortage of supply, right? That means when there is a more demand for the product, automatically what will happen? The supply is bound to increase the price of the products. That means the point is that the Adam Smith has told that the invisible hand of demand and supply will play the market role in a free market economy, and always the market will be in the equilibrium price and the equilibrium quantity, right? That means no supplier can sell the product at a increased price level or at a equilibrium, more than equilibrium price level, because the forces of demand and supply will bring down the prices to the normal level. At the same time also, no seller can sell the product below the equilibrium prices also, because when you sell the quantity at a below equilibrium prices, automatically there will be more demand for the product and there will be shortage of supply. Automatically you try to increase the price of the product. Automatically it will go from below the equilibrium to the above the equilibrium price. So this market forces, that is demand and supply, will intervene in the market. That is what free market economy says, that this demand and supply will intervene in the market and they will try to match the price in the market. What we call as an invisible hand, according to Adam Smith. Now, I told you, all right, we were talking about the law of demand, right? So the law of demand and law of supply is talking about the price and the relationship, the price and the quantity relationship. But we have discussed that the demand and supply is influenced by several factors, right? Not just by the price alone, right? What we call as a shift in demand or shift in supply, right? For example, the season, the taste and preferences. So many factors also will influence the demand and supply. Now, how these factors will influence the equilibrium prices and equilibrium quantity. Now, let us say, I told you the last class, in a market, the demand curve can shift to the right or it can shift to the left also. The supply also, it can go to the right or it can come to the left also. For example, let us say hot weather is there, right? So during the hot weather, right, automatically there will be more demand for, ice cream, right? There will be more demand for the ice cream. So automatically when there is a more demand for the ice cream, automatically what will happen? The supplier will try to increase the prices, right? So this is not because of the price, it is because of the weather condition, all right? So since there is a weather change is there in the society, automatically there is more demand for the ice cream because of the heat, and automatically the seller will try to increase the prices, right? So when you increase the prices, automatically what will happen, all right? There will be less demand for it, right? Less demand for it. So when there is a less demand for it, automatically what will happen? The seller is again bound to reduce the price irrespective of the factor. So the point I'm making is that whether it's a law of demand or whether it's a shift in demand, in both cases, right, the equilibrium will be adjusted and the market will decide on equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. So this process, right, this equilibrium process will influence the market and it will keep the prices at an equilibrium level and the quantity at an equilibrium quantity. So whether it is a shift in demand or whether it is a shift in supply or whether it is a increase in demand and supply theory, whatever it may be, these factors will influence and market will decide on it. Now, if you want to decide on this, if you go in deep into that, right, you can read out you can read out it. You can just
Decide whether the event shifts the supply or demand curve or both. Decide whether and even shift the supply or demand curve or both. Demand. Decide whether the curve shifts to the left or to the right. Decide whether the curve shifts to the left or the right.
So the point is that if you want to decide the changes in equilibrium, you can decide whether there is a shift in supply or demand curve, or both. It can be both also. Or you can decide on whether there is a curve is shifted to the left or right. You can decide based upon that also, you can decide it. Or you can use demand and supply diagram to see how it affects the equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. Now look at this point, you will understand it. No change in demand, right? Price remains same, right? Quantity remains same, right? Now there's an increase in demand, price goes up, quantity also goes up, right? Then the price is ambiguous, quantity is also up down. So this is basically a summary of that. I think we will not take much time on this. I'll just skip this. Right? I'll go to the elasticity. Yeah, I'll go to another topic called elasticity, because we have taken more time on demand and supply. But this topic is also very important, so I have to teach this topic also. So I'll go to the elasticity and its application. Now, what is elasticity and its application? How it works? Now, if you look at the law of demand and the law of supply, it gives you a direction, right? For example, somebody asks you the house of your neighbor, right? You can tell them two ways. One is that you can go to the right, then take the left. So this is a direction, right? Or you can say that you walk around 300 meters, take the right, again walk 200 meters, right? There are two options are available. Which option is more precise? Students, which option is
Second one.
more precise?
The second one, yeah.
That is called elasticity. So the law of demand and the law of supply, and the shift in demand and shift in supply gives you a direction. But the elasticity tells you the exact magnitude of direction. That is, it is quantifying the level of change in the demand and supply. That is what we call as elasticity. Now, some terms, elastic means there is a change is there. Inelastic means there is no change, or we can call it a minimal change. Why I'm teaching you this terms is that when I'm using this slide, I'll be using mostly like elastic and inelastic. So the elastic means there is a change. Inelastic means there is no change, or there is a minimal change is there. So you have to keep in mind before starting the class, right? So we can study the elasticity based upon the price elasticity, income elasticity, cross elasticity, and the promotional elasticity. So I'll first talk about the elasticity of demand, right? Now, what is the price elasticity of demand? It is simple. Price elasticity of demand is the measure of how much change in quantity demanded when there is a change in the price, right? So the law of demand is talking about the direction, but here we precisely quantify how much quantity changed when there is a change in the price. So we call it as a price elasticity of demand. We normally denote this as a elasticity of price as a EP, right? Now, a price elasticity of demand depends upon the nature of commodity, availability of the close substitute, the alternative use of the product, durability of the goods in the market, definition of the market. I'll talk about that. Then the time also, the factor, right? Now, for example, nature of the commodity, right? Let us take nature of the commodity, right? Let us say if the good is, the product is luxury, right? So when the product is more luxury, it is more tend to be elastic. That means there will be magnitude of change will be there, right? Now, if the product is having the close substitutes, right? That means if I don't get this product, I can use another product instead of that. In that case also, the elasticity will be more, right? Then, for example, the good is one-time usable, right? In that case also, the elasticity will be more. Suppose the product is like the durable. For example, you can keep the tomato for a long time. In that case also, the elasticity will be more. So depending upon the nature of the goods, like nature of the commodity, substitute category, alternative use of the product, derivative of the goods, and different factors, right? Based upon that, elasticity will change it. So elasticity will be more in the case of luxury goods. It will be more in the case of close substitutes. It will be more in the case of single use. It will be more in the case of durable goods, and it will be more in the case of long run also, right? Now, computing the price elasticity, right? So what is the price elasticity? How we calculate? So percentage change in the quantity demanded. That means EP is equal to the percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price. So this is the way we calculate elasticity of price, right? So mathematically, EP is equal to percentage of change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Right? I think you know the symbols and all, right? Now, type of price elasticity. There are different type of price elasticity. Since it is a magnitude, there are different type of elasticity. So the first one is perfectly elastic. Second one is elastic demand. Then we have unit elastic. Then we have perfectly inelastic demand. Then we have inelastic demand. Now, perfectly elastic. What is a perfectly elastic? That means the quantity demanded changes infinitely with any change in price. That means a minor change in the price, will lead to a big increase or decrease in the quantity demanded. That is we called as a perfectly elastic. I told you the word elastic means there's a change. Inelastic means there's no change or there's a minimal change. So here it is a perfectly elastic. When we say perfectly elastic, a small variation in the price, increase or decrease, will result in indefinite or infinite change in the quantity demanded. That means the price is 4 rupees, right? The price goes from the 4, it goes to the 5. The quantity demanded will change like anything. That is what we call as a perfectly elastic, right? Second, this elastic demand. What is this elastic demand is? Here, the quantity demanded respond to the changes in the price little strongly, not like the previous one, right? The previous one, if there is a small change, automatically the quantity demanded goes in a bigger change, right? But here in this case, the elasticity of demand is, there is elasticity is there, but the elasticity is not that bigger. That means the price elasticity of the demand is greater than 1. If you calculate mathematically, it is greater than 1 only, right? What we call as a elastic demand. That means when the price move from 4 to 5, the quantity changes is 50%. So the price changes is 20%, but the quantity changes is 50%. But in the case of earlier one, right? The earlier one, the changes is very big, right? Now, unit elastic. What is a unit elastic? It's a proportional change. That means the price changes by 20%, quantity demand also changes by 20%. We call it a unit elastic. That means the price is increased by 20%, quantity demanded is decreased by 20%. What we call as a unit elastic. Okay. Now coming to the perfectly inelastic, use the word inelastic. That means either there is no change or there is a minimal changes. Right? What is a perfectly inelastic demand? The quantity demanded does not respond to the price. Right? For example, if you take the price of the salt, right? If you change the price of the salt, since there is no alternative, there is no change in the demand. It's inelastic, right? So the point is, there is a change is there, the quantity remain unchanged. It can be a product of like I told you this what is called salt. There is no alternative for the salt, right? In that case, it will be perfectly inelastic. That means even if the price is increased, you have to buy that particular product. For example, in the case of medicines, right? In the case of medicines, if there is a price, like increased, we have to buy it. We cannot, stop it. Then inelastic. So in the case of inelastic, there is a change is there, but change is very narrow. That means the price is increased by 20%, but it leads only, minimal percentage, what we call inelastic demand. Right? So the point is that here the price is increased by 20%, but the quantity demanded is, decreased by only 10%. So we can call it as inelastic. I told you, remember the word inelastic means there is a no change or there is a slight change. What we call as an inelastic demand. If you calculate mathematically, you will get the point. Right. Now, income elasticity of demand. Just replace with the price. That's the difference. That means the percentage change in the quantity demanded when there is a percentage change in the income. For example, when we have, yesterday we had 100 rupees per day, but today we have 500 rupees per day, right? Automatically, the consumption will increase it. So that is called as an income elasticity of demand. That means the income elasticity of demand measure the change in the quantity demanded to the change in the income of the consumer. What we call as an income elasticity of demand. And mathematically, it is called as EY. Y is normally in economics, Y is denoted as an income because of like a Greek terminology. Mathematically, if you look at the income elasticity of demand, EY is equal to percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in quantity, income of the consumer. Now, what are the different types of income elasticity? Like there are two types of goods in economics. There are two types of good. One is normal good. Second one is called the inferior good. So what is a normal good? Normal good is a good which is normally used by most of us, right? Now what is inferior good means? For example, I told you in the last few, I think I told you in the last class. Now let us say, for example, somebody is eating the, like what's called rice, normal ration rice, which is available for 10 rupees or 5 rupees. So their income per day was 100 rupees. But today, because of the government intervention, they get 500 rupees per day. So automatically what will happen? They will, change the rice from ration rice to some other rices. So in this case, the ration rice is called as inferior good, right? And the normal good is called as a normal rice, right? So that is a difference. So in the economics, we have two types of good. One is normal good. Second one is inferior good. And based upon that also, income elasticity will change it. We will see it. So income elasticity, we have we call it as a positive income elasticity. Then we have zero income elasticity. Then we have negative income elasticity. Now, what is a positive income elasticity? Quantity demanded and the income move in the same direction, right? For example, yesterday you bought a meat of 100 rupees. Your income is increased, right? You bought more meat. So yesterday you bought 1 kg. Today also your income is increased. So you buy more quantity of the meat. What we call say positive income elasticity, right? Now we have zero income elasticity. That means there's no change. For example, our income is increased. Will you buy more salt? No, nobody will buy more salt. Income is increased. Will you buy more tablet? No, it doesn't make any changes. So we call it zero income elasticity. That means irrespective of the income, there's no change in the quantity demanded, right? That is what we call as a zero income elasticity. What we call as a neutral goods. Now, what is a negative income elasticity? I told you inferior goods. So in the case of this example, classic example, yesterday you bought the ration rice for 10 rupees. And today your income is increased. You switch over from ration rice to normal rice, right? So automatically what will happen? The demand, because when the income is increased, the demand for the ration rice is decreased. That is what we call as inferior goods, right? So the inferior goods where we measure the quantity demanded against the inferior goods only. So there should not be any confusion, right? So yesterday when there was an income of 100 rupees per day, they spent their 10 rupees for this particular ration rice. But today they get 500 rupees. So what they do, instead of buying 10 rupees rice, they switch over to 50 rupees rice, 50 rupees or 40 rupees rice, right? So automatically what will happen? When the income is increased, the demand for this ration rice, what we call inferior good, is decreased. What we call negative income elasticity. So we have positive income elasticity, then we have zero income elasticity, then we have negative income elasticity. Now, what is the cross elasticity of demand? Now, what is the cross elasticity of demand? There are different type of goods. I told you substitute goods are there, right? Like complementary goods are there, like so many goods are there. Now, what is a cross elasticity of demand means? The percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price of the quantity, price of the product. Now, for example, I told you there are a lot of goods are there, substitute products are there, like tea and coffee.
Sir, hello.
Yeah, please.
Sir, can you please show me? Thank you, sir. I just want to show this slide. Just a second, sir. Okay, sure. You can go forward, sir.
So the cross elasticity means percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by percentage change in the price of other products. When we say buy other product, right? Now we have a positive cross elasticity and we have negative cross elasticity. Now what is this? I will make you understand it. Now what is a positive cross elasticity? For example, tea and coffee, right? Now let us say that tea and coffee, we can use it as a substitute. Tea and the coffee, we can use it as a substitute. That means if we don't get the tea, we can buy coffee, right? Now let us say that the tea price is increased. The tea price is increased. What we will do? We will buy coffee, right? That means when the price of the tea went up, the demand for the coffee went up. Remember, when the price of the tea went up, the demand for the coffee went up. right? That is what we call as a positive cross elasticity. We don't say that when the price of the tea went up, the quantity demanded of the tea reduced. We don't say that. What we say, when the price of the tea powder went up, the quantity demanded for the coffee powder increased. What we call it as a positive cross elasticity. Now, what is a negative cross elasticity? I told you that the printer and cartridge, the Gillette blade and its machine, right? Now, the most of the people here who are using this Gillette blade and this Gillette machine, shaving machines, they know that, right? Now, what happened? Right? When in this case, in this my PPT, I have given computer and OS, right? Now, when the computer price goes up, let us say when the computer price goes up, right? What will happen to the OS? Can you give the answer? Let us say the price of the computer goes up. What will happen to the demand of the OS?
So there is no
Will go up,
substitute
sir.
for
There will be
OS.
no demand. There will be negative demand, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The same is the case of, like, for example, Gillette machine prices goes up, right? There will be less demand for Gillette blade. We call it a negative cross elasticity, right? So the cross elasticity of demand is basically related to the price of the related product. It can be a substitute product or it can be a complementary product, what we call as a computer and OS, or Gillette blade and Gillette machine, or what we call as what's called cartridge and the printer. So the cross elasticity can be a positive cross elasticity and it can be a negative cross elasticity of demand. Now, what is a promotional elasticity of demand? All right. What is a promotional elasticity of demand? I don't take much time. All right. For example, if a company is spending more expenditure on ad, automatically the quantity demanded will be changed in the quantity demanded, right? For example, if you spend more on advertisement, automatically demand for product will come more, right? What we call as a promotional elasticity of demand. So normally we don't take much time on promotional elasticity because it's a simple only. It can be positive, like for example, it can go in the same direction. Like for example, there is a more advertisement, more demand for it. It can go also in the negative direction. For example, some of the products wherein it can go result in negative elasticity. So that is what we call as a promotional elasticity of demand. Now we have elasticity of supply. I think I will wind up. I'll just sum up this confusion. So I'll talk about, I'll just sum up the elasticity. First of all, you have to understand what is elasticity. The law of demand and law of supply talks about the direction. Elasticity talks about the magnitude of the direction. I gave in a classic example. If somebody asks you the direction to the house, you can say two way. One is you can say that go right and left. Second is go 100 meter, then take another 100 meter left. So that is what we call a difference in the elasticity and the law of demand. So elasticity is more of like a measure of exact measure, but the law of demand and law of supply is basically only a direction. Then the terms related to elasticity, one is elastic. That is what we call as there's a change. Inelastic means there's no change or there's a minimal change in change. So the elasticity can be price elasticity, it can be income elasticity, it can be cross elasticity, it can be promotional elasticity. Price elasticity means the quantity demanded and the quantity price. The price and the quantity demanded. Then we have income elasticity. Here it's a quantity demanded and the income of the consumer. The cross elasticity means the quantity demanded and the price of the related product. Then the promotional elasticity, what we call as the expenditure on the advertisement. It can be positive or it can be negative. I think with this, I will take some few questions from you, then we'll wind up. Sorry for students. Actually, I'm not well. I have a severe throat infection. That's why I could not take it the class in a very perfect way. If you have any queries, please.
Sir, any important questions for exam, sir, in this lesson?
Sorry, I cannot comment on the exams and all. Okay, because we don't set the question paper. We can teach you the content, but I think income elasticity, price elasticity, are all important topics only.
Sir,
Yeah, please.
Sir, actually, I'm going through the books and I found that this zero income elasticity, the things you have taught today, right now. Sir, there are some term like the unitary income elasticity. So, can you please just give an example on that?
Unitary income elasticity. You want to explain now?
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm going through the books and I found the term unitary income elasticity.
Yeah,
Income
it is
elasticity
there.
is greater than one at that time. So can you
I'll
please? Sure, sir.
So unitary income elasticity, actually the term itself you can understand. I'll just make you understand what the perfectly. What is unitary elastic? This income elastic. So this is like what is what we called. You asked a unitary income elasticity, right? No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the unitary income elasticity is another income elasticity wherein it is like the proportional change is there, right? For example, income is changed by 20%, and quantity demanded is changed by 20%. So both are the same direction. So the equal percentage. Okay, right? So what we call unitary income elasticity.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That means, for example, income is changed by 20%, right? The quantity demand also changed by 20%. Both are in the equal percentage. That means it is zero, right?
Okay.
Any other?
Yes, sir. So, while just taking this class, I couldn't see any, term like inflation. So, inflation is not part of elasticity.
Uh, Actually, economics is a very big. It's a big ocean, right? So there is a unit is there. Like I have gone through your syllabus. There is a unit at the, I think fourth unit. It is like macroeconomics. So actually, it is a managerial economics only. Paper title is managerial economics, but there is a unit called macroeconomics in the fourth chapter. There we'll be talking about the inflation and all, but inflation is not later. Inflation is basically a macroeconomics. What we are talking about is microeconomics. So it's not a part of microeconomics. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So, as per elasticity concept is concerned, we don't need to consider inflation.
No.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other question?
No, sir. Thank you.
Shall we wind up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
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 Is there any more classes?
One more is there.
Yes, there is.
In fact, 3 more.
Yes, now one more and 1 hour break will
Before
be there.
lunch,
Now
one.
management concepts and organizational behavior. Then 1 hour break will be there. Then 2 more classes.
After lunch break.
Which subject is next?
Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
Next class, which subject?
Management concepts and organizational behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Hi guys, are we going to register for exam also? Next, in June, they've declared exam, correct?
Yes, we have to register for the exam. So now the management concepts and organizational behavior, the ma'am who is taking this class, she is from the DT department also. So we can ask her for the other things like these examinations and all. I think so. It will be very better for us to communicate with her actually.
Okay.
These exams are semester 1 exams, is it? And June, we need to register for that, is it? Okay.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning,
Good morning,
madam.
everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see the screen?
Madam,
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
yes, ma'am. Madam, examination point of view, one doubt, madam. The exam center is Chennai is not showing. What can I do, madam?
I didn't get you. What is the
Madam, in the examination, choose of exam center, Chennai is not showing.
Chennai is not showing.
Yes, yes, madam. What can I do,
Okay,
madam?
I'll note down. I'll convey to the technical team. They will see immediately. Wait, but there are centers in Chennai. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Ma'am,
Hold on.
hello,
I'll
ma'am.
immediately say that. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm Abid Shai, ma'am. I'm from West Bengal. Ma'am, actually, till now, I have received only 3 books, and I contact with the nearest post offices, and they told me that when the books will come and the all other things will come, you will get it. So I think that our examinations will be from the next month of 3rd. So till date.
Hold on, Abhichai. Hold on, just. I told you that I'll talk with the technical team regarding that question asked by Shanmugavel.
Okay.
Shanmugavel, yes, it is. There is a glitch in that. Chennai is not showing. You kindly try tomorrow, okay? Technical team is on that. They are trying to sort it out. You can try tomorrow, okay? Okay. Now, Abhichai, can the questions wait till after the class? Because once we start that, it would be a hindrance for the class. I'll give you 5 to 10 minutes at the end of the class. Is it okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sure, ma'am. We can go. Okay.
Yeah. So we start with the class, right? So till last session, we have seen topics on how we can see the introduction of the management and how the management is done. So now we are going to see what is happening in the real world, the present scenario. Okay, so I think you also would be the right people to share in, because you are all working and you know how the organizations are working. So what we are going to see today is about the emerging trends in the business culture, right? Right. So what is a business culture actually? Can anyone? What do you call as business culture?
It's the way how the business is run and
Yes.
management, how it handles it.
Yes, exactly. Right. So why we call it as a culture, because it has its own way, it has its own formation. That is why we say business culture, because it is a series of actions, and many actions requires decisions, and these decisions have consequences, not only for the people who take, but for the others around him, also for the society. So that becomes a culture. So when you are doing things again and again, which has an impact, we call this business culture. So how this business culture has factors that is influencing that? External environment. So who is ready to change? Who is ready to adapt? They survive the most, right? Because in management, change is inevitable. Change is the only permanent thing, So any business for that matters, any culture for that matters, has to adapt. That is why we say culture is not a definite thing, it is like our brain, layers. It is laid day by day, every moment, year by year. So it is just nothing but just layers. So it changes continuously. Same thing goes for the business also. The external environment is changing continuously. So when external environment is changing, those who are ready to change, adapt the new things, are the better survivors. Those who you can say that they are surviving for 100 years, that means they are very good adapters. And what are all the other things that affect? New entrants. Who are new entrants? See, every day business world is getting upside down, new people coming and old people going out. This is also a part of our culture, right? We have that day where we burn the old things and let the new things comes into our life. Same way, the entire industry, you can see that it is tilted when new players get in, right? It is not like a, what do you say, like a school or your juniors getting without any strength that they have to be under the seniors and grow. No, business is not like that. Any new entrant can come as a fully loaded up player and change the game, right? So that is why new entrants are a vibrant factor of how we have to look the business culture, because these new entrants come with the power of new things. They can come with the newest technology, they can come with new missions, they come with new people, all fresh, right? But the existing industry already has that culture. It's very hard to change that. The next thing is customer loyalty. That is another one important factor that affects the play game. How is that? There are a variety of customers, it's not all of us are same. Some of us will be ready to check the new one. Some of us will never do that. They are highly loyal to the company they use, or the produce they use, the products they use. Then suppliers' powers. You may see that it sounds very easy, the power of supplier. How he can determine any industry. It is very, what do you say, amazing to know what the network of suppliers can do or how they can change the scenario in the industry. For example, there used to be, now also you can see, bottles are used for cool drinks, soft drinks, right? Like soft drinks, that bottle will be recycled, washed, and once again it will be used for the same drink. So it has to go to and fro to the, what do you say, a bunk shop where you are taking up that bottle from. Do you get my point? So see how long way it has to travel. Again from this bunk shop in a remote village, a corner of the country, to the manufacturer returning these bottles to the company. The supplier decides not to reach the bottles to the company. Do you get my point? One day is enough. So that one day, the bottles will not come out with the cool drinks. So one day, the competitors can take the place where these cool drinks were kept in that particular bunk shop. Are you able to understand? So, still you can say a lot of examples of how these suppliers can play, and what I told you just now is a real-time case. Once there was a war between these people. Now you can see that two major players are in the soft drinks. I don't want to name them, but once there were so many smaller indigenous Indian companies producing these soft drinks before these two came into India some few decades ago. So they had the strategy of buying these smaller companies or crushing them, literally crushing them. One of the company's bottles overnight crushed by the supplier, and it took a long time for the company to remake the bottles again with the printing on it. Before that, all the stands were taken by the competitors. Are you able to understand? Power of suppliers. Then substitutes. Same thing goes. Whatever we talk, the substitutes are again a powerful factor that can uptilt the scenario. And no need to say, ever changing markets in the globalization economy. It's a ever changing, because the time now what we are speaking, the market is changing. Now we are using some one software to reach you. Maybe in the next class, other one comes into the market, right? Today we are using one kind of cosmetics. The moment it changes, the next day the entire base changes, the entire the color changes, the entire concept changes, right? Say for example, a good example I would have thought about that comes to my mind. Some 1 decade ago or maybe 5 years ago, can you imagine people wearing torn cloths where it is visible, body is visible through the torns, cloths are torn? Can you imagine? That is a big industry now. There are factories to tear off the cloth, new cloths, factories to tear the new cloths, jeans, right? Ever changing. So we cannot imagine how the industry is changing. What could be the next step? It is like, entering into a field where you don't know what would be the next thing you are going to face, right? So what are the other things which we are facing now? Flexi work. That is one, that has changed the way we see the job after Corona. After pandemic, you can see that before pandemic, this flexi work was there, but in fewer places, like where the traffic is too much or you cannot commute. Like I have seen this flexi in Singapore where infrastructure is very low, so you have to give shifts. Bangalore, where the traffic is very high, so there is no other go, you have to give them the flexibility of working from home, right? But now after pandemic, what happens? The scenario is totally changed. All of a us know what is flexi work, right? A flexi work can be flexi time, flexible timing. It need not be 9:30 to 5:30. So most of my career life, actually I am obviously from the before generation of you. There is no flexi time. We have to start every morning. We have to be in the workplace by 9 and we can finish the work by 5 or 5:30. Right? What we do in between doesn't matter. Time is very important. Punctuality. You have to punch. Right? Maybe I feel that I can work very productively in the morning, 6 o'clock, but I cannot come to the office. Are you able to get my point? But now, flexi time. Whenever you want, you work, but you give me the output on the target date. See how much we have grown. That's why I used to say, you people are the blessed ones where you are enjoying all the good things to be an employee actually, And flexi place. You can work from home, you can work from a coffee shop, you can work from your uncle's place, you can work from your back side of your house. Doesn't matter. Wherever you are happy. Asma is asking, can
But at the same time, ma'am, volatility is also there in the lifespan of the employability.
Yes.
See, yeah, there's a shortfall of this demerits also there.
Yes, of course. You have to remember, anything comes with a price. Nothing is in life is free. You have to pay some price. You are enjoying some ways. Some ways you have to pay. Asma for Asma's question. Asma, I am Dr. Punita. We are seeing management concepts and organizational behavior subject. And this topic is about emerging trends in the business culture. We are seeing the new trends which is occupying the business arena now. Is it clear? Okay, right. So we come back. Flexi place. Then flexi wages. I envy one of my friend who is in software line. He works only 3 days a week. What he did, proportionately, he said, see, if I work for 5 days, you give me 20,000 per week. So you give me proportionately for 3 days per week. That is enough for me. So he is homeschooling his kids. So all the 4 days, he teaches his kids. He don't spend for school fees. He's a mathematician actually, right? So flexi wages. In the software company, I should not flexi wages. Now it has become flexi salary. Why I put flexi wages is it was there only for wages part. Like, you have to cut a tree in the workshop. So there was flexibility for the labor who can come 2 days of work, he can finish the work. The next 2 days, other labor can come. Flexi wages were there. 4 hours he can work, or a driver who has to drive long way till Punjab can go till Andhra, then another one can take up and they will share up the wages. But now this has come to salary also. White collars also are trying to take up this. And actually this flexi wages are what you say as, 4 days week. That is being implemented in Europe already. 3 days a week will be taken as half. How usually in our age, how it was done is 8 hours per day if you have to work. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, they will work 2 hours more. Instead of 5 o'clock going, till 7 o'clock they will work. So every day they are putting 2 hours. So by Thursday they have completed 1 more work day. So Friday, Saturday and Sunday are taken as long weekend. Right? But now this has become a standardized procedure, not optional. Right? So you can have your own freedom of taking more long weekend, or you can put in Friday, Saturday, Sunday also at the workplace, and you can gather all these hours calculated and take as a long vacation at the end of the year. Right? So a lot of flexibilities are given. And last one is hybrid workplace. This is 22-23's format, because Corona has receded. But during Corona, many of the factories and offices, they have vacated their place for not paying the rent. Now they don't have any place to make the employees sit. So what do? Hybrid workplace. Come for 2 days, other 5 days or 6 days, you stay at home and work, hybrid workplaces. Where you want to work, you come. Otherwise, you stay at home. We will give you the salary. So these are the, what do you say, a quite interesting and emerging trends in the new age, right? The next one, emotional health and intelligence. This is another one interesting topic that has taken the space now. If this has been uttered some 15 years ago when I entered into the industry, people would have laughed if I would have said that emotional health of the employee is important. They would have think I am crazy, because no one was worried about how the employee feels, because there was no one to worry about how the employee is healthy or not. The physical being itself was not seen. How the mental well-being will be seen, right? But see, we have come a long way now. The organizations and employers are interested towards how the employees are feeling. Emotional well-being, emotional health. Why emotional health is important? Because while recruiting itself, nowadays there is a component called emotional intelligence is calculated. Not only your intelligence quotient is calculated, also emotional intelligence is calculated. Why? Because as I told you, we have come a long way. What is this long way? It's also a hard way, because during the last millennia, during 2K, if you remember, software has gone through a bigger landing. Artificial intelligence have started, and it has made a big landing into the world. So what happened? Everything is automized, and fortunately or unfortunately, the pace was increased. I don't know why the pace was increased, because maybe the computers calculated faster than us. When you type, it is easier, it is faster than writing. Or recording is easier, you need not say it twice. Something, the world's pace has increased. Suddenly, if the pace increase, it is not going to go well with your circadian rhythm. You are not, your forefathers were not that much fast. So suddenly you cannot be fast. So when you are running for a long time, your heart cannot take that poor heart, because it comes from the lineage of forefathers who were very slow in their pace. They didn't hurry for anything, no tension. So what happened, a chaos happened in the workplace. Like at 40, at the age of 40 itself, a lot of burnouts. People felt exhausted. They cannot work more. At 40 itself, they felt like 60. A lot of heart attacks, a lot of cardiac arrest, a lot of, attrition rate was skyrocketing. People are just quitting software industry and running away with the experience. They don't know what to do. So it was not that much noticed, but a bigger tumor that has developed inside the industry. So this hard lesson has taught that you have to keep in mind how the person is achieving his target, how long he is running, how long he could run, and where should he stop, take his water, and continue like a marathon. Right? So this emotional health and intelligence have slowly seeped into the place, and now it has a prominent condition while recruiting itself. We are testing how the person can cope up under stress. If you are giving a target, if he is given with challenges, will he be able to perform or will he collapse? Right? So nowadays, be aware, it is not important, or it is not as much important as you are intelligent, but also you have to be emotionally stable. Because once there is hypertension or stress, all your intelligence fly out. You cannot perform in the same way when you are emotionally stable, right? So that is what the new trend is about. In the business now, people see the emotional intelligence of the employees, and they try to help and secure the psychological safety of the employees. So what do we learn from it? This is easily done when you can have the second topic, which is called as workplace harmony. Because machines don't frighten people. Money don't frighten people. People frighten people. So when you are in a workplace, you are afraid of your boss or subordinate or your peer. You are not afraid of anything else. So it is the people. So if you are able to cultivate the culture of becoming a harmonious workplace, what is harmonious workplace? It is not what do you say, hanging with the people having the hands together and singing together. No, that's not harmonious workplace. Harmonious workplace is where you know your boundaries, you know your work scope, you perform in between that, and you are not disturbing others. If you are not harming others and if you are not harmed by anyone else, that is harmonious workplace. Very simple. You be in your boundary, he will be in his boundary. Let me do my work, you do your work. We will smile when we see each other. A harmonious workplace. Right? If at all you gossip, gossip positively. Simple. So the positivity will be more. Are you able to get the point? If you are working in a harmonious workplace, obviously you will have your emotional stability at the peak. So when you have all these things, employee engagement automatically will be prevailing in the organization. What is employee engagement? If you are engaged in your work, you may be wondering, why is this a topic? Yes, because you honestly ask how many of you are engaged honestly with your work. It would be a question mark, Many of you be wondering whether I am doing the work I have studied for, whether I like this job, whether I will get a promotion, whether I should shift from here. A lot of doubtful questions are there inside boiling. So it is not engagement. Engagement is when you put your heart and soul in your work and you are enjoying that. At the end of the day, you are having the satisfaction that I have completed so much, and you feel like that you have performed, not completed a job. Then you are engaged in your work. This has become a topic now. So it's a latest trend. We try to see whether the employee is engaged in their work. Other topics. Workplace equality. This is not a trend, I would say new trend, because talking about equality is there for more than, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 years? We don't know. But still, we take it as a trending. Workplace equality. This is about everything, like starting from remuneration, self-respect, recruitment, promotion, all the ways. Whether we have equality in the workplace. I need not list out the discriminations, right? Caste, creed, religion, faith, base, gender, sensitivity, color, race. The list is a big one. I'll tell you only one thing, which is called as glass ceiling concept. What is glass ceiling? We teach our girls now, women liberation, and that we educate our women and we say that sky is your limit. You can soar high, fly high in the sky. But even now, we call it as glass ceiling because even you say sky is limit. When the women stand, there is a glass ceiling on the top. They cannot move further in the career. Why? Because you can see that at the entry level, if the ratio is 50-50 or sometimes 60-50, women will be more in the recruitment stage. And in the middle level engagement, middle level management itself, you can see that drastically this falls less than 10%. See, when you are 50-50 entering, it should be prevailing for middle level and top level, right? It's not happening. In middle level itself, it drops below 10. And in the top level, it is below 2%. Are you able to understand? So this is what we call as glass ceiling concept. We don't promote women in the bigger industries because even now it is 2-3 things are there. We think that women are not competent enough to rule an empire, or men are not willing to work under the women bosses. There are so many notions like that. Still, it is a discrimination. We call it as a glass ceiling. One thing I would say as a teacher, what I feel in this, we educate women a lot that you should be liberated, you should be freed, you should have the freedom, financial freedom, be independent, all these things. But in the last 2 generations, when we were teaching women this, we forgot to teach the men to accept these things. That women are getting educated, women are getting liberated, you should start respecting them. Start treat them equally. Right? Maybe we missed that point when we were busy teaching the one gender. We forgot the other gender. Right? Okay. When talking about genders, still we have to go a long way on treating equally the third gender, transgenders. Right? Now only we can see 1 or 2 coming out of the closet, and slowly they are getting into the mainstream working. Otherwise, they were not taken for any job. Right? So, workplace equality, I would say, has to go a long way. Right? Even though it is trending. Then mindfulness. This is another one topic which is interesting, Same thing, it is like engagement. But mindfulness is from individual side. Employee engagement is from employer side. You have to see that how you can engage your employees. But mindfulness is being the individual. How you yourself can be mindful in your job. Right? I would say this concept is not only for the betterment of the organization, but this will help you for yourself. If you are mindful in your job, at the end of the day, you will not have that dissatisfaction, bitterness. If you are not liking the job, you will feel the distaste, that will not be there. So whatever it is, teaching them to have a mindfulness in the job. I see some few people raising their hands. Is it for any query? You can type in the chat box. I'll see the query and I'll answer you. Okay. Instead of raising the hands, I have opened the chat box. You type in that. Okay. Heshwant Kumar and Vishal Asthana and 2 more. Okay. Whatever it is, you can type there itself. Then and there. Right? Okay. So next one is quality of work life. I think you would have heard about that. This work-life balance and quality of work life are two are interacting together. I think you would have heard about work-life balance. Work and personal life, balancing that. Why we need to balance? Because, what is the purpose of coming to the job? Not for the sake of job. We all come to work to earn money so that we can eat good food and stay in a good place and feed our loved ones. Am I right? So we all come for that. What is that? To live. We work to live. But at one point of time, what happens, it becomes the reverse. We live to work. Right? How I'll make you understand this better, we all have prime time, vital prime time and prime life we call. What is that? Say till 20 we will be studying. So it cannot be your prime life. Till 20 you are under control of someone. You have to write the assignment, you have to write the homework, get the marks, write the exam. You are running. So from 2021, when you are independent, you started working, you start thinking, you start voting, you decide who has to rule us. So that the prime time starts. Say for example till 60, when you are virile, you can stand or you can walk, run till 60. So 40 years you can say the prime life. Those 40 years, we have prime time in between the days. Those 40 years, from morning 9 to 6 maybe, we are at the best, after eating the breakfast. We can do whatever we want till 6 o'clock. After the sun goes down, automatically we feel a little low. So the prime life 20 to 60, prime time of the day from morning 9 to 6, where are we? We are at the workplace. Right? So is it work for life or life for work? That is a question mark. There the work-life balance goes away. So this becomes an important topic on why you have to work when you don't have the time to live at all. Right? So you have to balance that. You give some time for you, your personal life, your spouse, your kids, your parents, your friends, your own self. Right? This has come into practice in your generation. I'm very happy about that. Work-life balance. Right? And when it is not able to be done, it is not possible for everyone. You can say easily that I need some time for me and my family. Most of the time, work takes a priority and you are not able to do so. In that case, what happens, your workplace is where you live. Actually, if you see these 40 years you are working in a place, that is you are living in that place. So what do? We extend this work-life balance to quality of work life. Okay, you are having your life at work. Okay, at least live that with quality. Are you able to understand? So have a qualitative work life. That is about quality of work life. And the next trend, new trend is workplace transparency. If 2 decades ago, this will be again a laughing stock, nobody will say that there should be transparency in the workplace because it is owned by some people. So they need not be transparent with you. After all, you are employees. But not so. Now, the workplace transparency is taking its seat, front seat, right? And there are still more trends like digitalized markets, right? I don't have to talk about that because you people know how digitalized our life has become, how social medias are encroaching, and how the markets itself is in the digital area. I too do that. Like I purchase nowadays many things through the digital thing because variety, the market is so big. You can see whatever you want. You can search for new things. So digitalized markets, social media influence, once again they are like one and the same. Social media is influencing you to get to the digitalized market. Youth participation, that is one new trend we have to discuss. As I told you, when we are discussing the new entrants, we told that when a junior comes into your organization or in college or school, what you have experienced, they have to keep quiet. They cannot voice out their thoughts. They will be suppressed. But not anymore. This trend, this newer trends in organizations has, I think, the right to hear is there. You can speak whatever you want, and the new ideas are getting the pedestal. Youth participation is very high in the newer scenario. And gender equality. When we say that workplace inequality is prevailing, gender equality is taking the front seat, that it is going further and further. And upskilling. Upskilling is where the organization takes up the responsibility to make you more skilled. Upskilling. When you are good in something, we try to move you up the ladder. And social purpose of the organization. This is also another one thing where we talk about a lot of greenwashing, or what do you say, greening the organizations. Not greenwashing. Greenwashing is negative, but green, like eco-friendly becoming, right? So these things are newer trends in the business scenario. I have taken most of the topics which will be useful for you. It's an important question. Usually, it is often asked in management concepts. What is the current scenario after globalization, after pandemic, and what is your opinion on how the business is changing? Like this, a lot of questions twisted may come, right? Don't avoid them because it is your own play area. You can write many things, many new things, what you are listening to, what you are seeing in the day-to-day life. You can use it as your strength. Write many things as that answer, right? So this is all about the new trends, business trends in the newer generations, right? Okay. So we come to the next one. what are we? We are trying here about mechanistic and adaptive structures. This is about organizational structures, right? Right. So we have already seen about these structures, right? Organizational structures. So what are they? There are some few mechanistic versus adaptive structures. What are they? Mechanistics are well defined. They have the rules and regulations on spot. And adaptive structures are flexible. Nowadays you can see that a lot of new structures are coming in. We call it as matrix structure, hybrid structure, virtual structures, geographical structures, like that. A lot of new structures are coming in. So those are also taken into account when looking into this chapter. Then next one, formal and informal organization. What are these? A formal organization is structured with the hierarchy designation given, like a team. But whereas informal organizations have no relationships followed, no hierarchy followed actually. Like, a boss can be in a subordinate position in an informal organization, and a lower level person can be leading the informal organizations. Informal organizations are in many times very powerful, can change the running of the organization also. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and as I told you, I will give you a case study, how to solve a case study, right? I think I have told you these 4 topics last week itself, right? So identification of surface problem and real problem, that would be your first paragraph. Note it down if you want. Don't write essay for this first point. Identification of surface problem could be 4-5 lines. Real problem again can be some 4-5 lines. It should be easy to read, legible, easy to understand. Don't bluff. If you are not sure about what you have to write, better write only one problem, whatever you see as a problem. But don't try to twist things and write something which is not relevant, which is not right. Okay, this is a very important part of the case study. How will you know the surface problem and real problem is read twice, thrice the case study. Understand the purpose of the case study. MBA is a professional course, right? So whatever theories you are studying, you should be competent enough, capable of applying the theory into the real-time problems. Do you get my point? So that is the sole purpose of case study. Right? See, as a teacher for management concepts and OB, if I am giving you a case study, I am not expecting you to give me a best answer which I am going to implement in the industry. Am I right? What I want to evaluate whether you are capable of taking a concept from the paper subject and applying it in this case. Are you able to do that? Convince me that you know the subject, you have studied the subject, you are able to apply the concept theory into the real-time problem. Right? So, identification of problem, you write in such a way that you are able to imbibe a particular concept theory from this one. Say, for example, I just taught you glass ceiling theory. When a case is regarding that, it hits you. Then write the problem in such a way you can use that theory in this application. Right? So the second part is analysis. You can write SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities and threats. And if you don't want to do that, just write analysis. Analysis can be a bigger part. You can write for 2 pages. Analyze the case. Write what are all you think. What do you think is the problem? How it can be solved? Why that problem has occurred? What will happen in future? What do you think? Is there any similarity in the real-time case? Analyze. Okay, your area. Again, I'm telling you, just because you are writing a lot, don't write irrelevant things. Why I'm saying again and again, why I'm insisting, because I have come across some papers where in analysis the students will write the case study again. Never underestimate the evaluator. Don't think that we will not read. If I read and find out you are just writing the case study here, you are not going to get any mark at all, even if you are given a good conclusion. Are you able to understand? So don't do that. Whatever you think analysis, if you are able to write only one paragraph, more than enough. Write that and leave. Right?
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt.
Opportunity and threats. Kumar and Karthik, it is threats.
Hello.
Strength will be the whatever you think is the advantage, weaknesses, opportunities is future, what you are going to do with the conclusion, threats is the consequences that might be of the decision. Okay, 4 things. Right? The next one, yes, Manisa.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. For this case study, like you are explaining, but then like, can you give one example, like so that we can?
Yeah, we are moving on to that. I am going to give you an example just. Okay. So the third one is recommendations and suggestions based on the theory. Remember that. See, you are not just a commoner going on the road. I am giving you the case and write. You are an MBA student, right? So I need something relevant to this paper. Don't write something from any other paper, right? I tell you again, in management, a same case, a same question can be given for all your 20 papers, right? Only what changes, the paper name. So you have to change the glass. You remove the management concept and put on a OB glass and see through it. How you perceive it, that is the importance, right? So the same case can be resolved for many subjects. So recommendation and suggestion should be based on the theory, based on this subject. And recommendation suggestions always should be in bullet points. It should not be paragraphs. Write the recommendations in bullet points. You need not write a lot. If it is 5 to 7 or 10, more than enough. More than enough, right? And the conclusion is one that is taken from the recommendation. Don't write something which is out of recommendation. Take one answer from the recommendation. Say, this is the conclusion. I think out of recommendation, I will take this decision. And justify it. Why you say you take that decision. Justify it once again if possible with the help of the subject, with the help of the theory. Right? Don't just write that out of my past experience or I think so, I would see this is better. Don't write like that. It should be based on some past happenings or it should be based on the theory. Are you able to get the point? So this is how we expect a theory should be. So I have given a small case here for you to go through and we will solve it now. See, this is also a real-time case study. This happened some long years ago. I think all of you know what is an Intel chip, okay? Every computer, every laptop has a small chip which is made by Intel is like a monopoly. They make a lot of chips. So that Intel chip is in many of the computers. At one shipment, what happened? It was tested. A lot of times they will test and then only they will launch the chips. And one version of this Intel chips, what happened? Had a small error with some 16, 17 decimal points. We say rocket science. Exactly, a rocket scientist, when he is using a calculation with this particular Intel chip, found a decimal error for 0.17 decimals. Okay. Not in everyday life, we are not going to use that. And if at all there is an error in 17th point, we are not going to do anything about that. But it is for rocket science. So they raise the issue. When we are using an Intel chip for a rocket, there might be a small error in 17th. I don't remember exact point. Okay, there is a possibility of error, and this came out of surface. And Intel chips are sold worldwide. All the computers are using the small chip. That version is already sold, shipped, and people are using it. And the halfway of the usage only one scientist have found out. So now the Intel has a big dilemma because now what they have to do, The question is, they have to recall all the chips what they have sold, or they have to go for a new version and replace the chips. They are in a big, crucifying position, everybody is targeting them. And they are a very big company with high reputation and a worldwide market. So how will you solve this problem? What's the first step? Surface problem and hidden problem, real problem. What do you think is a surface problem? Can you solve it, or I will tell you how to do that? Are
We'll
you
do it with
interested
you,
in
ma'am.
giving answers, or I myself will say what is it?
We will try to give answers, ma'am. And if we are wrong, you just correct us, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm telling. If anybody of you give the suggestions, then I can guide you. That would be more interesting and it would be helpful for you also. If any one or two is interested, you can say.
Shall I?
Rangarajan. Yes, Rangarajan.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think a surface problem?
Surface problem is there is some calculation error, especially to the 17th place or 18th place of decimal value, as you said. So in this case, what I would say is this problem is to be noticed, but not everybody will notice it. Like normal persons who are using the system won't pay heed to such small minimal errors. So only persons who are related to scientific research and or people who are interested in rocket science, it will only bother them, who want a top level accuracy. So this is a problem.
What do you say is a surface problem here?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you say is the surface problem here?
Ma'am, can I?
Yes, Ms. Khan.
I think the surface problem would be primarily that for if there was a fault in their manufacturing, it should have been tested, isn't it? I mean, that is the
It is
surface
tested,
problem in
okay?
the first place.
No,
It has to be
as
tested.
Rakesh Kumar is suggesting, I do think you are not in the line. You are not actually getting into the lane at all. So let me explain this. So next time the case study, I will give you time to say, okay? Now see, you are saying that you are analyzing, both of you are analyzing. All the points are correct, but you have to write this in the analysis. But what is the surface problem here? They have sold faulty products, right? Are you able to understand? Which is not right. The surface problem is they have already sold faulty products for the money. They have proved it is faulty. I didn't buy a chip which can give me a wrong mathematical answer because I purchased the chip because I cannot calculate it myself. Do you get the problem? Surface problem is they have sold faulty version, right? But the real problem is they have sold it worldwide and they are not going to close the company with that one chip. They have to survive. The real problem is their future sales, the reputation, how they are going to keep up the reputation. That is the real problem. Are you able to understand? This is surface problem. Yes, I have sold faulty things. But my problem is whether I will be able to sell my future chips. Right? Okay. Come to the second one, analysis. Whatever Rangarajan and Meskan told is exactly right. Meskan told, yes, it has to be tested. Next time, it has to be tested for 17, 20, 25 points. The testing team has to be removed. Testing team should be punished. You have to go through again and again, right? What Rangarajan told, yes, some of them have used, some of them are not using. So you can go for two different chips. For scientists, you give some chip. For other people, this faulty chip, no problem. Are you able to understand? Analyze. Whatever you comes into mind, you say all the things, right? You can invent some other thing, you can get it back, you can resell, replace, all the things you analyze. What is going to happen if I am going to recall all the chips? What is going to happen if I am going to resell all the chips? So analyze and write, right? I am leaving it to you. Whatever you want, you do that. Think as a manager from the Intel, right?
Madam.
But you have to think about which theory you have to take from the management concepts, right? So what is that theory you are going to use? You can use a lot of theories here, like decision making. You take one theory as decision making theory. How the decision should be made, right? Take up what is done, what to be done, and what to be the future, right? So take up the factors: reputation, long standing, surviving of the company, profit and loss, recalling the thing, ratio of how it would be, right? All these things, human factors. So these factors are taken into decision making, and I will say that use a decision making theory into this case. Or else you can take it. Yes, Rajesh Chinna. Your voice is not clear. Can you type it? Yeah. And Balasubramanian send convincing communications to all consumers. Very good. Right? That is a recommendation and suggestion. Okay. Why we come to that recommendation? Based on this decision making factor. Right? Or else you can take a human factor. How to solve this issue through a human scenario. Or whatever. In organization, now structure you cannot use. Like this, still we will be going through a lot of other organization concepts. You can take up any one of that. Right? And write the recommendations. Right? I'll tell you what really the Intel did as recommendations. What really the Intel did, they recalled all the chips. They said that you can give back the chip to every one of the customer, wherever they have sold. You give us the chip. We will give you a new chip, which is not faulty for this. Right? They replaced the product. Even though it costed a lot for them. It's a fortune, See, it's not easy. You are taking up one full shipment over the world. You are taking it back and you are replacing it with a new chip. Right? But even though it cost them a lot, they are still standing in the market. Are you able to get the point? If they have not done so, maybe Intel have gone long ago from the market.
But
Right?
excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Madam,
Let
here.
me finish. Just 1 second, Ramesh, I'll finish. So from these recommendations, write these as recommendations. You can recall, you can resell, you can find a new chip, then you can write all these recommendations. Take any one of this conclusion and justify it. What's the justification you can give? Even though it is a loss to the company, why we have to do that? This loss will be managed by the future profits. And this is like, you have sold the faulty profit, and ethically you have to do that. You have to replace, because that people are using it for rocket science also. So you have to do that. You can justify and finish it. So this is how you can write the case conclusion, right? Okay, now the floor is open. You can ask the queries for another 5 minutes. We can wind up the class with that. Yes,
Thank you,
Ramesh.
madam. Madam, in the same case study, suppose instead of the
Yes.
recall or go for new version, see whatever the error is coming. Suppose for that error will be rectified by adding some plus 0.5 or plus 2. If you have that solution for immediate users, for instead of the taking the gap of the again recalling it, already user have that chip. So if there is any chances with a little communication, they can rectify error from their end only. So you can add
Yes, of
after
course.
getting.
See, that is why in the first class itself I told there is no best answer for any case. If you are the manager of Intel, you would have tried that, right? Nobody is going to say what you are going to do is wrong. It might have the consequences though. Remember that. As for this, Ramesh, you are right. You can do that. You can tell the customers that add a +5 or -5 to the last thing. But in this case, if you say it is worldwide, reaching all the customers is one thing, and the other one thing is you are not going to clear your name. Still, it is a faulty chip, and we are going to say that Intel has sold a faulty chip, which is not mathematically right for decimal places. See, now I don't remember how many decimal places. Maybe after some time I may think that, okay, 0.5 decimal places also it might not work. Are you able to understand? The reputation, the name is not going to get cleared. Right? So you will be a company who sold faulty chips. Now you are not so. Now you are a company who who has a magnanimous attitude, who recalled and replaced a chip. See, you are getting the loyalty from me. I got a new chip, even though I'm not going to use rocket science. I got a new chip from Intel. How happy I will be. I'll be loyal towards the company. You get my point? So you are restoring the trust of your consumers. That was the major thing the company has done. That was a beautiful decision, actually. That's why I took this as, because, see, by practice these cases, you take up any business news which comes in everyday news and try to analyze it and put on the shoes of a manager and think, if I am that person, how I will decide, and try to support your decision with some theory, scientific theory, management theory. So that will help you practice how to see the cases. It's nothing but perception, how you look that, right? They used to say, when you are 16, all of us will be wearing rose colored glasses because the entire world will look rose, right? The same way, full of roses. Same way, now you start wearing management glasses, and whatever you see, you try to look in that way, that if it is a management problem, how I will perceive that. That will help you in understanding the cases, and that will make you as a very good management student and a good manager, even if you're not now. Right? Okay.
Yes, madam.
And
Is there, madam?
Yes, Ramesh.
Madam, is there any formulas like that? Also, whether our decision is correct or not? We made some conclusion, but we want to cross-check whether my conclusion is correct or not.
Yes, I taught you about decision making and the process of decision making in second class, I think. Am I right?
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's there. Decision making can be, nothing. Decision making is a process, You have to have 4 things. You have to have a logical reasoning, analyzing, and mathematical ability. That is what I practice and I teach. If you are able to do these 4 wherever applicable in any problem, you will be able to arrive at a logical decision, at least. Yeah. And you have to add in factors like you have to see the legality, ethicality, and morality. And if you are able to do this, you will be a very good decision maker.
Ma'am, can you give us like this case study question, like 3 or 4, so that we can work after the class, and we'll discuss before the next class. I mean, in the next class, we can work before. The next
we can do that. Okay, then just hold on for 1 second. If I have the case study for next class, I will see, and I will give you that case now itself. That's a very good point, Manisa. Just hold on. I'll see in my next session whether I'm having a case study or not. Okay, just hold on for 1 second. And meanwhile, we'll see another question. Kumar and Karthik, please update about exams. Exams, the portal is open. If you want to write the exams now, you can apply for the exams now. Yes, previous year question papers are in the website. You can check it out.
No, ma'am, I meant to say the case studies we can take from previous year question papers also.
Yeah, and there is one case study in the book itself.
Yes, of course you can
end
do
of the
that.
chapter.
Tell me which case you want to discuss. We will announce in the class. Everybody can go through that, and we can discuss in the next class. Give me the page number. Just if you have the book with you. I don't have the book with me. So now if you have a particular case study in mind, just give me the page number in the study material. Okay. Meanwhile, we see, please, what is that? We have to 23 and started some May. Yeah, we are addressing that. We got letters. See, it is, if you don't want to write the exams now, you can write it in December. Nothing change will be there. Okay.
But I think the first semester and second semester are from the schedule which has been shared this time, June. First semester, if we are writing next time in the December, means 2 semester we have to write in the same day, right? In the same
you can write 2 semesters or only first semester. See, the policy is simple. You have 4 years from now on. Okay. Your first thing starts in June now. You have 8 sessions like this. So at the end of 8th session, if you are able to clear all the 20 papers, that's all. It is okay. Okay? So you need not worry about when you have to write anything. For now, your 5 papers are open. In December, 10 papers will be open. Next June, 15 papers. And next December, 20 papers. After that, 2 years, all the 20 papers will be open for you. Whenever you want, you can write and clear off in 4 years. Okay?
And you need an enrollment number. You need an enrollment number to register, right?
Yeah, you need enrollment number to register, and you can see the enrollment number in the website itself. All your enrollment numbers are uploaded in the website. You can check it in the website.
And if someone
And the
cannot
website will
pass,
be in the label of your study material cover which you have received. The enrollment number will be in your ID card, right?
That we have not received.
if someone cannot pass one
ma'am.
exam,
Yes.
what to do then? Suppose I am giving this 4 exams this time and I did not pass in one. So
You can write in the next semester.
okay.
You can write anywhere in the next 8 semesters. I'm telling you, you have 8 sessions, as I told you, 4 years. Every year has 2 exam sessions. Okay, starting from this June, you have 8 exam sessions to finish off your 20 papers.
Madam,
Project work
Hello,
will
ma'am.
be completed in the 4th semester. Okay.
madam, examination fees are different from this semester fees.
Yes, of course. Examination fee you have to pay. How many papers you are writing? For each
Okay.
paper you have to pay. How many papers you select? That much you
Right.
have to pay.
One
thank you.
query, ma'am. Can we appear for the exam from any center, or we have a choice that
Any
where?
center, any center, whichever you select now. While filling up the examination form, you select a center and you can write there. Next examination, if you want, you can select some other center, you can write there.
Okay.
It is in the examination application form you have to select.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am,
Yes.
as you addressed in the previous class that
Yes.
those who have not received the books yet, they can contact their.
All the books are dispatched. Okay, there is no due. All the books are dispatched, and from the January itself, not from January, for a long time, all the study materials are available in the website also, as per UGC mandatory conditions, and that's why UGC is keeping, because they want to keep it now, bring the courses in line. Because whether you know or don't know, I don't know, you are a senior batch. Those who got admitted in July batch are also writing the first semester exam now, which is delayed for them. So if you are not conducting for you now, your batch also will get delayed. Are you able to get the point? After
Yes, ma'am.
pandemic, you are the first batch UGC is bringing on alignment on time. That is January batch, June exam. Otherwise, for last June batch, which they are supposed to write exam in December, their exams we are conducting now only.
Actually,
Right?
ma'am,
So this is a chaos caused because of pandemic. Kindly understand that, and the flexibility is given to you. So you can write, or you can write in the December examinations.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am,
But, ma'am,
we attend the June session exam
when
in
we have to
December,
register
will
for
it-
the
One by
exam,
one, please. One by one.
let
Shireen
me-
Adil. Shireen Adil,
Ma'am,
please.
if we attend the June session exam in December, will it be mentioned as arrear papers, ma'am?
Yes, you can write the arrear papers next time. No, it will not be arrear papers. See,
No, ma'am.
nowhere it will be shown as arrear papers. Okay, there is nothing called arrear papers. See, if you are failing in one subject, in that mark list, your marks will be shown as fail. And once you get a consolidated mark list at the end of your course, you will get all the 20 listed out with the marks. Okay, so don't worry about that.
When the examination will be held, no, it's a weekend or it's weekdays.
No, you see the schedule, it will be during weekdays also, because it's a very lengthy examination. We have 20 courses. Weekdays also
Okay.
it will be there. Yeah, Chennai location is not shown. We know that. Just now I told you there's a small glitch in technicality. They are working on it. Tomorrow you try, Chennai location will be available, right?
Okay.
Ma'am, I have one question.
One by one, please, one by one.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, I
actually,
have one question.
I haven't received the ID card, but when I'm going
It
for
is
the
all
registration.
dispatched. See, for all these queries, I think we're running out of time. So what I would suggest is, you can type in this chat box all the queries. This chat box will be directly addressed. It will be given to the director and will be addressed by him immediately. Okay. So you can type in all the queries in the chat box as per now. And if nothing else is very
Last query, ma'am, with reference to case study.
Pass mark is 50. Pass mark is 50, Balakrishnan. All these things you can refer in the question paper and website itself. Okay. Exam center in Pondicherry is Sharada Gangadharan College.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, one
I have
small
one
query.
question, ma'am.
This is the case study, ma'am. Intel's case study. Can I ask,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yes. Yes, Rangarajan, our case study. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, the decision was great by the Intel management team, ma'am. As you said, they have just got back all the Intel chips. But what I want to ask is, by getting back all the Intel chips, whole shipment would have cost them a lot of cost, right? So they would have incurred a huge loss at that moment. So instead of that, can we have an alternative option, like they would have given an acknowledgement letter as an advertisement, which would have come in their websites and in newspapers, proclaiming that there has been fault with certain chips, and those who find faulty during calculations or during their research work, they alone can.
Sorry, Rangarajan. Okay.
Hello, ma'am. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Till what you heard.
So, see, actually, whatever you say, as I told you, for any case, you are the best judge, right? If you are the manager, this is a very good option. What you are saying, you can do that. You can write it as an answer for the case study. I told you what happened in the real time case. Okay, it's not necessary that is the best answer. If you are the manager, what you want to do, you have to write it in the paper, right? What you are saying is also a very good option. But remember, this happened decades ago. So the reaching of people is different in these decades. How
yes,
we see the world now was not there by then. Okay. So maybe that's why they have taken that decision. Okay.
Just to retain the brand name and authenticity.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, Bangalore Center is there. 4 years to pass and they will go to hamper it. No. See, yes, of course, not hamper your degree certificate. You will get your degree only after you complete all the papers. If you are completing your papers within 2 years, you will get your degree immediately after the course completion. Remember that. Okay. It is not that you are going to get your degree after 4 years. You will get your degree after 2 years, provided you clear all the 21 papers, including project. Clear? Okay. Thank you very
Hello,
much.
ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, can you please tell about the online
Hello, ma'am. Jacob here,
verification?
actually.
Yeah, please,
Ma'am,
one or two
I
questions.
have a small doubt, actually. I will clear it in a certain way. The thing is, currently we are having around 5 subjects for exam. But if I'm skipping accounts for now, will I be able to clear this accounts paper within this 2 years? Will I get an option to write those things?
Yes, every semester you can write the accounts paper starting from now. All the 8 semesters you can write your accounts paper if you want.
Okay, if I'm skipping this time, I will be able to do it in December, isn't it?
December you can write.
Ma'am,
Okay.
regarding the project, do we need to do it in the industries, or like can we do it on like an academic basis, and like to pick up some project?
Yeah, you can see the project guidelines available in the website, and you need not worry about it now because it's in the 4th semester. After completion of 3rd semester only you have to do. And still, if you are interested, kindly download the project guidelines available in the website. All the queries you are asking are answered in that.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Anything else? So with that, thank you very much. We are winding up the session. So tomorrow we will meet again, same time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
I think class over. Yes.
எப்படா ஜாயின் பண்ணணும் நம்ம வாழ எப்போ ஜாயின் பண்ணோம் மேலையா மார்ச்ல தானே ஏப்ரல் தானே கேட்கல நான் சொன்னது கேட்கற மாதிரி தெரியல சரி சொன்னா ஒன்னாதான் கேட்பேன் hello hello anybody there hello அந்த கடையிலே போயிட்டு என்ன
Hello, students. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, once again, we are here to
Good
discuss
afternoon,
about
sir.
business environment law. Okay. Okay. I think one by one students are joining. Now only 76, more than hundreds are supposed to join. Students are joining now. Okay, no problem. Let me upload my PPT first. Can you see the PPT now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Today we are going to discuss very important part. That's Unit 3, Law of Contract. Okay. Anything previous 2 units which we have discussed? Any doubt? Anything you wanted to know? Or shall we repeat? Or we'll proceed with Law of Contract? Have you gone through your study material earlier? Have you gone through your study materials?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it all right? Shall we proceed in Law of Contract, 3rd unit?
Yeah, proceed, sir.
Okay.
Okay. And will be joining. Students are joining one by one. Okay, let us start now.
Sir, hello, sir.
Yes. Tell me.
Sir, actually, you told us that you will be send up like this for the previous unit. So till
Complete PPT, I will sending to you.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks.
I've seen a few of you. You have sent a request for PPT. I've seen that.
Yes, sir.
Definitely, I'm going to supply you. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Okay, sir, you can continue.
Yeah. Once PPT is complete, definitely before the examination, this announcement also.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No problem. Our class will be over the further 2 more weeks. Before that, once it is over, they will definitely I'll give the complete PPT so that you can revise your syllabus. Okay.
Sure, sir.
And moreover, we'll be discussing one of the case study also. So don't worry for that one. The faculty also they might be discussing, but definitely we'll discuss one of the case study of this business law. So let us complete the major portion first, so that it will be easier for you to discuss about the particular case study. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Today we are going to discuss about the law of contract. What is contract? All of you must be aware of it. If I ask, have you done any contract with anyone in your life till now? Anyone who has done
Yes,
any
sir.
kind of contract? Yeah.
Yes,
What
sir.
is that? Can you tell me?
Sir, when I was a tenant in Kolkata, so I have signed a agreement of 11 months with my house owner. So that's
Yeah,
an
you have
agreement.
signed an agreement with your house owner.
And apart from that, in my previous company, there was some contract between 2 parties because I was in a B2B sales, industrial sales. So we have to give them a contract to sign.
Okay, fine. Anyone else who have done any contract with anyone? Anyone else? I think there are 97 students, almost around 100 students.
Employment
Anyone else?
contract, sir.
Yes, sir. Rental agreement, as he said, employment contract.
Okay, employment contract. Any other kind of contract?
Sir,
Definitely,
I'm working in
whoever
ICM
joined
also.
any service.
Yeah.
Yes.
Project contract, sir. Project contract, IT.
Shop contract.
Products and
Sir,
services.
supplier agreement. Supplier
Gem
contract,
portal,
supplier
sir.
agreements.
Development contract like that we have signed, sir. Our company has signed development contract
Okay,
for
many of
device.
you, whoever have joined services, and they must have signed contract. Besides that, any day-to-day life you are doing any kind of contract?
Can't think of anything else apart from the rental agreement contract that we have, really.
Yeah, most of you say that your rental agreement, service agreement related to your employment, those are the contract you have signed. On
So, can
any
we
other
consider
contract, I am
this
asking.
for constructing a house or something? We sign in a contract
Sale agreement.
with the builder.
Sale agreement,
Within
sir.
this
Yes, of
period,
course.
he'll complete our house and upon payment from us.
So
That's
loan agreement is also a kind of
So
contract,
about
we can
loan
say,
and
no?
credit card.
exactly credit card. That's all kind of contract. That's what I am telling you, that numerous number of contracts we are doing, but we are consciously or subconsciously. Even though, if you are, some of you must have traveled by bus, public transport, that is also a kind of contract, isn't it? When you buy a ticket for a public transport, and there is certain number of route, number of bus is there, the particular bus goes on particular route, and you get inside the bus, got the ticket, you paid for that, and you reach your destination. It's a kind of contract, isn't it? Even though if you have not signed any contract, but when you buy, it is called as implied contract. There are various kind of contract, will in detail will be discussing. Even though if you are going to a restaurant for taking food, so that is kind of agreement, kind of contract. Every day to day life, you are doing lots of things. You are promising something to someone. That's
Even
also
courier,
can be,
sir, for example. Courier, sorry.
of course, that is also a contract. You can say that is contract, because you are paying for that one, and the courier is supposed to deliver to your doorstep. If he is missing, for that also you are claiming your this compensation or something like to the courier company. They are supposed to do that. So
Can
day
we
to
say
day,
that agreement to the services
yeah,
provided by the service provider can be also called a contract, right?
definitely. Agreement is a part of contract.
Followed with the rules and regulations.
There has to be agreement for a contract. There is all agreement, all contract has to be an agreement, but all agreements cannot be a contract. Okay, agreement which is enforceable by law is a contract. The agreement which is not enforceable by law cannot be called as contract. Is it clear? So your definition itself says that an agreement enforceable by law is a contract. We'll discuss in detail. So see, in law of contract, what we are going to discuss here, law of contract, agreement, what is an agreement, what is offer, what is acceptance, what is consideration, capacity of the contract, contingent contract, quasi contract, performance, discharge of contract, remedies to breach of contract, partners. This is another part of contract is partnership act also, sales of goods act, law of insurance, negotiable instrument. In that, negotiable notes, bills, checks, crossing, endorsement, all this holder in due course, it comes under the negotiable instrument, contract of agency. These are coming under the law of contract. Okay, let us see law of contract, Indian Contract Act. It is 1872. How old it is, you can see that 1872, this law has been enacted. The relating to this law has been taking place, then only it has been made. The relating to the contract in India is contained in the Indian Contract Act 1872. All the contract what is related to India is contained in Contract Act 1800. It's an English the act, and we have taken from that and the Indian Contract Act 1872. The act is mainly based on the English common law. It is based on the mainly English common law and came into force on the first day of September 1872. When it came, by that time British rule was there. That time 1872 it has come to the force. So September 1872 it has come to the force. It extends to the whole of India. The act earlier it extends to the whole of India except Jammu and Kashmir. I think now it will be changed because there are a lot of changes are there. So we are keeping it as it extends to the whole of India. The Act deals with the general rules relating to the all types of contracts. All the contracts like section 1 to 75, all the contract whatever are mentioned in that one, section 1 to 75 in contract 1872 are coming under this, and contains a special provision for governing specific contract. What are those specific contracts? Such as bailment, bailment, pledge, indemnity, guarantee, and agency. All these are coming under this one. And this act also contains provision relating to the contract of sales and goods and partnership also. Sales and Goods Act also, it comes under the Contract Act, and Partnership Act also comes under your Contract Act 1872. And beside this, there are separate acts that deals with exclusively contract related to negotiable instrument, transfer of immovable property, insurance, etc. Negotiable instrument, what your day-to-day life, like check, in bank you are dealing with the this instrument, all these are coming under the negotiable instrument, and that we'll discuss in this unit. It is important to note that contract act does not cover its ambit any social custom and usage or trade. If any social custom is there or trade is there in the society, that will not coming under part of contract act. It is that is different. Again, contract defined. You can see that meaning section 2H. An agreement enforceable by law is a contract. There are two parts. One, you can say an agreement. There has to be an agreement, and which is enforceable by law. Like there's an agreement between A and B. So the A says that if you kill B, I will give you 10,000 rupee or 1 lakh rupee. Is it valid? Can he make an agreement like this?
No.
No.
No, because this is not enforceable by law. If A promised to B, if you give me your car, this Maruti 800 car to me, I will pay you 1 lakh rupee. And B agreed on that. Is it a contract?
Yes.
Yes, because it is buying and selling. It's a part of the you are giving the giving money for it. So it is a valid contract. So a contract is an agreement. Right? Yes.
The contract is a legal deal.
Yeah, it is a legal deal, legal obligation. It is legal. It's valid in court of law. If you are violating the contract, you will be other party has all the right to go to the court of law.
But two person
Yes.
who sold the car, they are verbally conversation. No? That's not the legal.
Who holds the car? Say again.
He sold his car to B.
A sold the car to B.
I'm
Okay.
saying that A sold his car to B, but
Yes.
that the conversation is verbally.
But
And
that
how
car is
how it came to under contract, sir? But how
What
it
is the
came in under contract, sir?
no, I didn't get you. A sold his car to B. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sir, he means to say that it should be on stamp paper. Otherwise, it is not legal, no?
There are various contracts. It is even suppose you are traveling a bus. Have you signed any contract in that one? You have bought a ticket.
Yeah.
But in PCP,
Sir, in
PPT,
simple word,
above
in
line,
every contract there should be consideration.
Yes, there has to be considered. We'll discuss it later. Now you understand that there has to be an agreement. Again, we'll see what is an agreement. And there should be legal obligation, or there should be some obligation is there, like you are paying money, and which will be enforceable by law. Here, if A sell his car to B, it is legally, he is making an agreement to B that if you pay me this much, and B is accepting. And the obligation is he has to pay 1 lakh rupee, he has to give the car. So it is a valid agreement. It can be, again, some part contract can be verbally, it can be done, it can be written contract also, and some places written is mandatory, and sometimes it is implied contract also. We'll discuss later on. So now you understand contract is an agreement which is enforceable by law, and there should be legal obligation. So agreement, what is an agreement? Agreement is the outcome of consensus between the parties. What is that? It is outcome of the consensus between the parties. Both the parties, they should give their consent who enter into a contract. Both the party, if they are entering into the contract, they have to give their consensus. A giving his consensus that I will sell my car to you. If you are B is agreeing that I will pay you 1 lakh rupee. The promise made between them represent concurrence of their mind. Their mind has to be same. For example, I will give you, if person A has 2 cars. For example, person A has 2 cars, Maruti 800 and another 1 car. 2 cars he has. So person B thinks that other car he is selling. By intention of that one, he is paying money to person A 1 lakh rupee. But he is giving him Maruti 800 car. Now both the parties' mind are not similar. In that case, it cannot be called as valid contract. It is a void contract. Okay? Agreement is the outcome of the... Just a second, please. Hello? Yes, I am in a meeting. Can you call after half an hour? After 1 hour, please. Okay. Yeah. Agreement is the outcome of consensus between the parties who enter into a contract. Both the parties, so there should be a similar mind. This would not be an agreement if the parties do agree, but not on the same thing in the same sense. That is, consensus is not sufficient. Only giving consensus is not sufficient. Again, for same thing in same mind. Like I said, that he wanted to sell his Maruti 800 car. The other party should understand that he is buying that Maruti 800, not another one. Okay? Like Alto, 800 and Alto both is there. He wanted to sell 800, but other person he thinks that he is selling Alto. So in that case, there is no similarity of mind. So there should not be agreement if the parties do agree, but not on the same thing in the same sense. That is, consensus is not sufficient. Then it cannot be a valid agreement. There has to be consensus ad item. That means both the parties should have same consensus for same thing. Section 2C of the Indian contract that defines the term agreement as every promise or every set of promises forming consideration for each other. Every promise or set of promise which is having consideration for each other. Suppose A gives a car to B, B pays 1 lakh rupee. The consideration is here A is giving car, B is getting money. So there has to be some consideration. So every promise or every set of promises forming consideration for each other is called as agreement. So for example, you can see A receives rupees 10,000 from B and promises to supply him 10 bags of rice after 10 days. It is a promise. It shall be set the promise if A promises to supply 10 bags of rice after 10 days and B promises to pay him rupees 10,000 after the rice is supplied. Both the set of promise here, both the A and B both are promising. Thus, an agreement is equal to offer for acceptance. There has to be an offer and there has to be acceptance. If A is offering to sell his car to B, B should accept that one. Yes, I am ready to buy the car for 1 lakh rupee. So there has to be agreement. What is an agreement? Now contract is agreement which is enforceable by law. What is agreement? Then agreement, it is a promise or set of promise and there should be a consensus from both the parties. And what is a promise? Again, agreement is equal to offer, and what is an agreement? It is an offer for acceptance. Both the things has to be there. There has to be some offerer one party and the acceptor offeree another party. Is it clear? Now the term promise defined in section 2B, which says a proposal when accepted becomes a promise. When somebody gives the proposal and when it is accepted, when a person is given offer, the another person he has accepted can be called as promise. Thus, a promise applies an accepted offer. When the promise is accepted, the offer is accepted, it can be a promise. Then which is offer? That means proposal. Again, section 8 says when one person signifies to another his willingness to do. If he signifies, when the person to whom proposal is made signifies his assent thereto. When you have put a proposal to someone and he signifies his assent, the proposal is said to be accepted. When other party gives his consent, he accepts is called as acceptance. A proposal which accepted become a promise. When you accepted the proposal, it becomes a promise. For example, A lost his cell phone and announced required by A, and hence he can recover the reward. There are many case laws in this one. If time permits, later on we'll discuss. But let us see the basic. What is the offer, acceptance, promise? Now, who is a promiser and who is promisee? Promiser, a person who makes the promise is called the promiser or offerer, and the person whom the proposal is made known as promisee or offeree. There has to be a offer, there has to be offeree, or there has to be a promiser, there has to be promisee, there has to be a proposer, there has to be acceptance. So he can be called as promiser. In case an agreement is set of promises, then a person becomes a promiser and promisee. If sets of promises there, A make a promise, B accepted, B put a promise to him in return. So there is a set of promise. So he can be, the person can be becomes a promiser and promisee. He is putting a promise and other person is accepting. Other person is putting a promise, he is accepting. So set of promise, he can be promiser and promisee. Both the person A and B are promiser as well as promisee. Thus, if there is an offer, acceptance and consensus ad idem between the parties, there is an agreement. If there is an offer, there is acceptance and consensus ad idem. Now you can see slowly it is increasing. If there is an offer, there has to be an acceptance and consensus ad idem. Consensus ad idem means both the parties have same mind for same thing. Between the parties, there is this will be called an agreement. However, this agreement does not become a contract unless there is a corresponding obligation. There has to be some obligation and has to be enforceable by law. If it is enforceable by law, then only it can be a contract. Otherwise, it will not be. Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. Next, let us see. Next, let us see legal obligation. What is legal obligation? Obligation also, section 10. It is not necessary you need to write a section, but for your knowledge, we have mentioned section 10 also. Obligation, it is the legal duty of a person to carry out what he has promised to do or not to do. It is the legal duty. He is legally bound to do whatever he has promised. If he has promised for a particular thing which is enforceable by law, then he has to do. If the promise is being made to do something or not to do it. If promise is made to do something, he has to do, or not to do something, he is not supposed to do that thing. So that is an obligation. All agreements or contract if they are made by the free consent. Again, you will see here. Next one stage ahead. All agreements or contract if they are made by the free consent. There has to be free consent. If all the components are there, you have offer, he has accepted, there is a consensus ad item, but you have on the gunpoint, you have told him, asked him to accept it. He has accepted. That means there is no free consent. In that case, it cannot be a valid contract. All agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent. If there is a free consent, individual he has given the consent with a free of his own, then the made by the free consent of the parties competent to enter contract. Again, the party who is making contract, he must be competent to contract. It is not that anybody, a lunar person, and he has given free consent. You cannot make he has given agreement and accepted everything, but he is a lunar person. That cannot be a valid contract. Because he is not competent to enter into a contract. We'll see later on who are competent to contract. For a minor, suppose. He cannot be, in that case, is not competent to contract. So all agreements are contract if they are made by the free consent of the parties, competent to enter into contract for a lawful consideration. Again, there has to be consideration, but it should be lawful. Suppose a drug which is banned. So if you are making a contract for that one, it will not be considered as the valid contract because it is unlawful and with a lawful object and not hereby expressly declared to be void, and which is not some like some of the state liquor is banned. In that case, you cannot do. It is a void contract because it is declared void. So you cannot do such kind of, some drugs are declared banned. You cannot do such kind of business. So all agreements are contract provided they are made by the free consent of the parties and competent to enter contract. They must be competent to contract and there should be a lawful consideration and with a lawful object. Object should be lawful, like drugs. It's the unlawful object and not hereby expressly declare void, and which is declare void. You cannot do such kind of, then only it will be a contract. Therefore, a person becomes a legally bound to do what he has promised to do only if the following conditions are fulfilled. What are those conditions? Capacity of the parties. Only those persons who are competent to enter into a contract can create valid obligation. So only competent person can enter into a contract. Incompetent person like lunar, those who are declared, who was court of law declared them insolvent, and minor, all these people cannot make contracts. So only those persons who are competent to enter into a contract can create a valid obligation. Free consent. What is free consent? Absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. If you are freely, you have not given his consent. Suppose on a threat of gunpoint, you have accepted that one. It cannot be called as free consent. Absence of consent does not create a legal obligation. So if any component is missing, that cannot be a valid contract. There is no legal obligation because with a threat you have been forced to accept this condition. And lawful consideration and object. Lawful consideration has to be there and lawful object has to be there. Consideration means something in return, that is quid pro quo. In legal terminology, legal maxim, it is called as quid pro quo. That means something has to be there in return. For example, A promised to give his bike to B for no money. Here there is no consideration, hence no obligation. So you cannot say that's a valid contract. A promised to give his bike to B for no money. In that case, you cannot say it's a legal, you cannot challenge in the court of law that it is he has promised but he has not given. Here there is no consideration, hence no obligation. If A promised to give his bike to B for 10,000 rupee, if B pays 10,000 rupee, A is declined to give his bike, in that case you can challenge him in the court of law. Is it clear? Shall we proceed further?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next is legal obligation. Example, A promised to pay sum of money to B. If B smuggles the object proposed by A, in this case, there is no lawful object because it is smuggling object which is not accepted by court of law. It is not lawful object. Therefore, it will not be valid contract. Intention to create legal relation. There has to be intention. You see, the depth you are going, what are the components? One by one, it is coming under the contract. If any single item is missing, then it cannot be a valid contract. So intention to create legal relationship. Social obligation cannot bring legal relationship. For example, father promised to his son to pay rupees 100 per day for pocket expenses. Father here promised to his son, suppose his son is going to engineering college. His father, he says that daily I will be giving 100 rupee pocket money. However, later on did not pay the said amount. Therefore, if the parties do not intend to bound by law at the time they make promise, nothing can bind them their promise later on. So, son cannot go to the court of law that my father, he promised and I have accepted. There is a valid reason, there is an obligation and I must get the compulsory. In that case, when they made an agreement, by that time they never thought that we'll make an legal obligation. So this is social relationship. In that way, father has promised to son to give 100 rupee. If he is not able to give 100 rupee, you can challenge him. So next is possibility of performance. For example, A promised B that he would make the sun rises in the west. which is not possible. A promised B that he would make the sun rises in the west if B pays him 1 lakh rupee. If he'll pay 1 lakh rupee, I'll make the sun to rise from west. Is it possible? No. A and B agrees to it. And B agrees to it. B agreed for that one. In this case, agreement does not create any legal obligation, as it would not be enforceable by law, because it is impossible. The performance is impossible. You cannot make the sun rise from the west. So in that case, it would not be enforceable by law. And next is meaning should be certain. For example, A agrees to sell B's horse. There is nothing whatever to which horse is intended. The agreement is void or uncertainty. Now, for example, I told you, you have two cars, Maruti 800 and Alto. You have not mentioned which car you are going to sell. So in that case, there is no certain that which car is mean. So meaning should be certain. If there is no certainty in meaning, it is not a valid agreement. Again, contract will be void contract. Next is legal formalities. Legal formalities, if required, an agreement to make a gift for natural love and affection should not only be in writing but register also. Like somebody asked, one of you asked that there is no written agreement. How can you say that it's a valid contract? He is selling car to B. So wherever necessary, like an agreement to make a gift for natural love and affection. So father wanted to give a gift, piece of land to his son. In that case, there should be written and it should be registered. In the absence of any such specific requirement or oral agreement is as enforceable as written agreement. Sometimes oral agreement, it will not be valid in such type of cases where written agreement. But many of the cases, oral agreement also, it will be accepted. So agreement not declare void. Indian contractor has specified, declares some agreement to be not enforceable at law. For example, agreement in restraints of trade. Some trade which is restrained by the government. You cannot do drugs business. You cannot do. So if you are doing, it is a declare void. So agreement will not be accepted. So agreement in restraint of trade, agreement in restraint of marriage, wagering agreement, like a lottery system and all. Thus, the law of contract is not the full law of agreement. It is the law of those agreements which create obligation. Where there is an obligation, then only it will be a contract. This is about legal obligation. Is it all right? Shall we proceed further?
Yes.
Yes. Now, let us see what is contract, agreement, promise, and all. A contract essentially is an agreement. So, what is that? Basically, it is an agreement. Agreement, what is agreement? Is a set of true promise. One flowing from the offerer and the other flowing from the acceptor. There has to be an offerer, there has to be an acceptor. So, agreement is a set of two promise. One is to offer, another is to accept. A promise is an accepted offer or proposal. What is a promise? Agreement is a set of promise. Then what is this promise? Promise an accepted offer or proposal. Then an offer or proposal is promise for performance, which is however conditional upon a written promise or an act for further receipt exchange for it. There has to be obligation. Again, what we discussed earlier, all the components, it should be valid, it should be consensus item, everything has to be there. So in general, there is the offer or proposal. It is to be accepted, which is called as acceptance. Then if offer is accepted, then it can become a promise. And promise, again, promise is accepted by both the parties, consensus and item, then it became agreement. If agreement is valid, then it will be contract. The agreement is there should be legal obligation and enforceable by law will be called as contract. So a contract is there, basically offer or proposal has to be there. There has to be acceptance, there has to be promise, and which is to be which converted into agreement and later on becomes a contract. Is it clear? What is contract?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us see who are competent to contract. Competitive contract is one of the essential elements of enforceability of an agreement. When agreement is enforceable when it is enforceable by law. And who are competent by law, who are competent to contract? The following persons are competent into a contract. Who are those? A person who has not attained the age of majority. That is, a person who is still a minor is not competent to contract. A person who is not sound mind, a person of unsound mind is not competent to contract. A person who is disqualified by any other law to which he is subject, other disqualification. If by the law he is being disqualified, so he cannot do such kind of contract. Suppose in case of a criminal, so court declares that he will not be able to make a contract. So in that case, if he is disqualified by law, cannot make a contract. These are the people who are not competent to contract. Sometimes question may come, who is competent to contract? Or sometimes it may be who are incompetent to contract. So you need to write as per that one. And rules, what is the rules relating with a minor? As you told that minor is not competent to contract. What is the rules related to contract? Minor. Making an agreement is void ab initio. If you are making an agreement with a minor, it is void ab initio. Since the beginning, it is void. So minor can be a promise. Minors can be a promise. Minors can make a promise, but she will not be, their obligation will not be laid on him. Suppose a guardian on behalf of minor can make a contract with other person, but minor will not be held responsible for that one. Minor's agreement cannot be ratified. Later on, you cannot ratify the minor's agreement. You have done agreement with a minor, and later on, you cannot ratify it. No compensation is payable by a minor. If any compensation you are claiming, you cannot claim from a minor. The rule of estoppel does not apply for a minor. For a minor, this rule of estoppel, court can give order to seize the contract or to recover from a minor. That cannot be done. No recovering back the money paid. If you have paid money with some agreement to the minor, you cannot recover back money. There are a lot of case law in this one. A minor can be sued in tort. Minor can be, if it is a tort, again, it's a tort is something different from contract. If you are making a tort, then can be sued. Again, agency, negotiable instrument, partnership, insolvency, guardianship, minor's parent. In this case, you cannot claim the minor. Like you cannot create an agency with a minor. Negotiable instrument, you cannot make responsible, held responsible, like for a check. There is a bouncing of check. You cannot claim the compensation from the this minor. Partnership, if anything goes wrong, goes wrong in partnership, you have to make a partnership business with a minor. You cannot claim the compensation from the minor. Similarly, in case of insolvency also, you cannot claim anything from the minor. Guardianship also, minor cannot be forced to get anything. Guardian can get the compensation from his minor's property which he is looking after. That can be done. Minor's parents, you cannot recover from the minor's parents also. So these are the rules relating to minor. Then let us see what are the different types of contract. First of all, let us discuss with valid contract. What is a valid contract? It is an agreement which fulfills all essentials of enforceability and can be enforced by either of the parties to the court of law. If the agreement is done which is enforceable by law, and both the parties can challenge in court for each other if anybody is violating. So that is called as valid contract. Voidable contract, an agreement which is enforceable by law at the option of one or more of the parties thereto, but not at the option of other or others, is a voidable contract. So this arises when the consent of one of the parties to the contract is not free. One party, he has not given his free consent. For example, A at the point of pistol makes B agrees to sell his bicycle for rupees 500. Here B's consent is not free. So it will be voidable contract. Circumstances in which contract is voidable are consent caused by fraud. By fraud, you have taken his consent. You have given wrong information to the promiser, and you have got his consent. So in that case, it will be voidable contract. Consent caused by coercion, by force, you cannot make a contract. Consent caused by misrepresentation, by misrepresenting something, you cannot make a contract. Consent caused by undue influence, by giving bribe, something, you have got the contract. It is a voidable contract. So these are the circumstances in which contract is voidable.
Sir, hello.
Yes.
Audible, sir. Sir, I have
Yes.
a question in this part. Sir, I would like to know that which means what type of contract is a employment contract?
It is a valid contract only, employment contract.
Okay. So, sir, there are, I think that there are many types of contracts in the employment contract. Like some contract is for money, some contract is for you have to submit your certificates, like this.
Okay.
So, I would like to know that is this a valid contract or they are just misinterpreting something like this way?
No, it is a valid contract because there is some obligation. Yeah, they are putting an offer, you are accepting it, you are signing. They are putting the condition. The condition should be enforceable by law. Some illegal means, like, for example, they are paying 1 lakh rupee salary to you. They cannot make 1 lakh, you sign 1,50,000. That is voidable contract. That is not a valid. But if the valid reason, so they make that if you work in our company, sign it for 1 year contract. That's a valid one. If you are accepting that one, their terms and conditions, that is valid one.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. If it is not enforceable by law, something illegal thing, if they are asking that you work for this, what do you say, the unlawful some product, which is not acceptable. Drugs, you are making a, they are employing you in drugs making company, which is illegal. So in that case, that's a voidable contract. You cannot there, and sometimes they cannot force you to do that.
Oh, I can understand. Thank you, sir.
So consent caused by cause is not a okay. Valid contract. Then voidable contract, an agreement which is enforceable by law of the one here, other party, he has not given his consent freely. So, for example, if your company get it signed, they are paying 1 lakh rupee to you, they are forced you to sign 1,50,000. You sign it for the evading of tax. They will show that I have given 1,50,000 to my employee. In that case, if they are forcing you, if you are not signing, then we'll remove from this job, or will do something, take some action, or will not do some favor, something like that. Undue influence. In that case also, it is not. It is a voidable contract. Okay. Next is
Okay.
what is yeah. Next is void contract. A contract which ceases to be enforceable by law becomes void when it ceases to be enforceable. Circumstances in which valid contract will transform to a void contract, like contingent contract. What is contingent contract? A contingent contract to do or not to do something on the happening of an uncertain future event becomes void when the event becomes impossible. Okay? Suppose some event has to be conducted due to some certain calamities. It was not possible. It is a contingent contract on the happening of something. So in that case, it is a void contract. When it has time left, it becomes a void. Repudiation of voidable contract. When a voidable contract is rescinded by the party and holds option, it is voidable. The contract becomes void. Subsequent impossibility. A contract which becomes impossible to perform, offer is made, becomes void. Subsequent illegality. A contract becomes void, it becomes illegal after it is made. For example, some business trade was legal in the country, and by the time you have made the contract, and later on it became, government has declared that this is illegal. So it will be, by the time it will be a void contract. Earlier it was valid contract, but later on it became void contract. Okay.
So can you please explain with an example for repudiation? The previous slide, sir. Repudiation of a voidable contract.
When a voidable contract is assigned by the party at whose option it is voidable, the person who option it has been become voidable. Suppose somebody, he has made a given consent for the unlawful object and it was void, and the consent is rescinded by again he is rescinding for the, is giving consent for the same object, the contract becomes void. Again it will be void until unless the problem which is illegality or the thing for which the contract is done is legal, it cannot be a valid contract. It will be still void. Okay.
Thank you.
Similarly, subsequent impossibility, a contract which becomes impossible to perform, subsequently it is become impossible. So that can be like corona period has come. Before that you have made a contract, after that it was not possible. So by that time it can be void contract. Subsequent illegality, similarly, when it is declared illegal afterwards, that can be void. Next, what is illegal agreement? An illegal agreement is one which is forbidden by law, that is entered into with the intention of violating the law. That is called an agreement, illegal agreement, which will be void ab initio. For example, A agrees to steal furniture for B for a consideration of 1 lakh rupee. It is illegal and therefore it is void. It also attracts the penal provision of the law it is violating. That is again as per the IPC, again he can be penalized. That is other part, but it is a void agreement again. Illegal agreement. So unlawful agreement. In simple words, an agreement may be unlawful because it is immoral, contrary to sound and positive morality as recognized by law. For example, cohabitation, oppose public policy, that is contrary to the welfare of the state as tending to the interfere with civil or judicial administration with individual liberty or citizen. So that is called unlawful agreement. For example, bribing a public servant, illegal, that is contrary to positive law, being forbidden either by statute or law or common law. Hence, a line of demarcation needs to be drawn between illegal and unlawful agreement. So unlawful is different, illegal agreement is different. Unenforceable contract, contract which have all the essentials of enforceability by but cannot be enforced due to certain technicalities like insufficiency of stamp, etc., or unenforceable contract. It cannot be enforced. Contract is having all the merits, all the components are essential components are available, but cannot be enforced because due to the certain technicalities. What is that? Like stamp duties, proper whatever stamp duties it is supposed to be, you have not done, then it cannot be enforceable. Are termed as enforceable contract. Okay, next is express contract. Now you can see here. Express contract. It is one where the intention of parties is stated. It is one where intention of parties is stated in words, either written or spoken. Okay. For example, A goes to B's shop and asks him to supply 10 boxes at the rate of 20 per box. B tells him that he is ready to supply the boxes at the mentioned rate. This is an express contract because he has expressed and other hasn't accepted. The same intention of the parties may be expressed in the writing signed by the body. It may be written also. If orally he has told, that is also a express contract. If it is a written also, that can be also express contract. Now, express contract can be oral, can be written also. But wherever law says that there has to be a written document, like I gave you example of the your gift Father wanted to give the piece of land to his son as a gift. In that case, it has to be written in the stamp paper, and due authorities, due signature of the authority has to be mentioned in there with witness. Similarly, the same intention of the parties may be expressed in writing, signed by both the parties. Implied contract. What is implied contract? The evidence of an implied contract is to be deduced from the acts or conduct of the parties. No exchange of words, either written or spoken, take place. Here, in that case, for example, I gave you the example of public transport. When you entered inside the bus, you didn't ask that I wanted to go here and there. You know that this bus is going where, and you know the route, you know the stop. So you have paid money to the conductor, and he has given time. There is no word expressed here. Okay, no exchange of words, either written or spoken, takes place here. But the manifestation of their intention is inferred from their respective acts or conduct. The act, it shows that you wanted to travel by this bus, and that's why you are buying the ticket. So by your conduct or act, it is well understood that you are interested to making contracts. This is called as implied contract. Next is quasi-contract. What is contract? These are those obligations which are imposed by the Contract Act and do not arise from the consensus between the parties. This kind of contract, it do not come under the consensus between the parties. For example, a tradesman leaves the goods B's house by mistake. B treats the goods as his own. B is bound to pay A for them. The obligation is imposed by law. It is that suppose you have forgotten a tradesman leaves the goods B's house. By mistake, he has left B's house. B treats the good as his own. And suppose he has taken sufficient care and he has spent some money on this one. Now B is bound to pay A for them because he has taken care as it is of his own property. So the obligation imposed by law. Law says that B has to pay the compensation. For example, you have left a bike at somebody's place and you have forgotten, and the other person, he has taken care of it. He thought that if proper maintenance is not to be done, then bike will be waste. So he has taken care. Later on, he found that you are the owner of the bike, and whatever he has invested or he has spent money for the maintenance of the bike, you are supposed to pay to him. So this is coming under quasi-contract. An executed contract. What is the executed contract? It is one where both the parties to a contract have discharged their respective responsibilities. Both the parties, they have, suppose A, he promised to give the car to B, B has paid to A, and A has also given the car. So it's an executed contract. Both the parties, they have discharged their respective responsibility by performing them. All transaction cases are the examples of executed contract. You have paid money and bought the product. So this is executed contract. What is an executed contract? It is one where one or both the parties are yet to perform their respective promises. It is partly executed and partly executory. So here one of the party, he has not completed his responsibility. You have paid money, the other party, he has to give you the product. So it is still to be executed and partly it is executory. So these are the. Next is unilateral contract. It is one where at the time when the contract is made, one party has already performed its obligation and the obligation other part of the other party only is outstanding. While making a contract, for example, you have given the product to the individual and individual had to pay to you. So it is outstanding on the individual. It is called a unilateral. For example, A goes to a bus stand ticket counter and buy a ticket for journey. A has performed his duty under the contract, that is to pay the scheduled fare. But the bus authority had to perform his promise of carrying him from one point to another. This is a unilateral contract. You have purchased a ticket from the counter, but suppose you wanted to travel from Delhi to Chandigarh. So at Delhi counter, you have bought the ticket, but the other part, the bus, it has to be traveled to the Chandigarh. Once you reach the Chandigarh, then your this contract will be performed, but still it is pending, outstanding. So that is called.
Does it not sound like executory contract then, where one of the party has done his part and one of the other party B is yet to deliver the contract or the promise?
Yeah, that is earlier what we executory contract. It's one where both the parties are yet to perform. Here, both the parties are yet to contract, or if it is partly executed. So it can come under the executive contract also, because one of the part is yet to be executed, isn't it? So, but here one side already, there both may be. In case of executive contract, both may not have done. But in case of unilateral contract, one part has already been over. There, executive can be one party or both the parties. But unilateral party contract, one party has already performed the duty, another is yet to conduct. Is it clear?
Clear, sir.
Sir, one question I just wanted to know. Sir, regarding express contract, is oral contract is valid? It will stand in the court of law?
Surely it will be valid.
But sir, there is no consideration.
If there is no
in this
consideration,
contract,
it is not a contract. There has to be consideration.
Sir, sir, just I wanted to know, oral contract will stand in the court of law?
Definitely it will stand. But wherever it is necessary, written contract has to be made. In that case, there has to be written.
Sir, second question. Sir, second question is Sir, second question is about quasi contract. If quasi contract, in case of quasi contract, if someone has handled charges to be paid by the owner of the good. So in any case, there is a damage in the product, or the product is partially stolen or lost. So there is any obligation on the B. Stolen charges has to be paid by the B who has taken care of the good.
No, if he is taking sufficient care as his own product. So in case of stolen, if he has forgotten and it is stolen, that he cannot do anything. He has you have left the product there, and he tries to
Sir, only the responsibility is up to the owner. Owner has to pay the handle charges.
Yes, he has to. If he has maintained your bike and thinking by his as if he is taking care of his own product, so otherwise it is spoiled. Then in that case, you have, for example, suppose a basket of fruit is left in somebody's house. A vegetable seller, he has left by mistake at your house. You have taken proper care for 2-3 days. You have kept in the refrigerator. You may ask compensation to her. That later on you found that she has come back and wanted to get you. You may ask him the electricity charge. I have taken proper care of your product, so you need to pay this much amount. He is supposed to pay you. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I think this is sufficient for today. Next class we'll be discussing about the modes of discharge of contract. What are the different, how the contracts are being discharged. Okay. So till now, any doubt, anything else you want to know? Otherwise, we'll wind up the class because the faculty may be waiting for his class. Okay.
Sure, sir.
Okay, then wind up the class. Thank you. Tomorrow at the same time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We'll see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. And I request all of you to kindly go through the study.
Sir, for materials, where we need to go, sir?
Material you have not received yet?
No, sir. Only 3 books
Yes,
have been received.
material books
No,
I
other 2
received.
books
5
are also
books
been sent.
received.
I think you will be receiving soon. If at all by this time you do not have, then you can see the website. All the materials are there. PDF version is there. You can download it. Okay.
Can we get this PPT?
Subject.
Can we get this PPT?
Yeah, definitely. Once the class is over, because this is incomplete PPT, I cannot give half of the PPT to you. Again, half part. So once the PPT is complete, So at the end,
Okay.
I will supply to you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
you,
Which
sir.
subject was this, sir?
Sorry.
May I know which subject is this?
You do not know which subject is this?
It's business environment and law.
It is business environment and law. You are the,
Mr. Environment and Law. Okay,
yeah.
I missed the half of the meeting. It
Okay,
doesn't
no problem.
connect.
All right.
Sorry.
Yeah, all right. This we are discussing about law of contract today. So there are 3-4 laws: law of contract, then Company Act, then Negotiable Instrument Act, Industrial Dispute Act, Factory Act. Lot many acts are there. We'll be discussing further. Okay. Thank you. See you tomorrow again.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Hello, good afternoon, all of you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Okay, ma. Last class, what we have learned?
Good afternoon.
Do you remember? You have to say what you have learned.
Ledger.
Final accounts. Final accounts we have finished. Hello.
No, madam. No.
No, ma'am.
Only thing is
Maybe we don't have
ledger
ledger
account.
account.
This one.
Final accounts we didn't see. Trading profit and loss account and balance sheet.
Those things, trading account. No, those.
We didn't do.
Yes. We didn't do. These and all not done.
Okay, we have a lot of things are there. Final accounts are very, very important thing. See here. Let us do one problem. I think one problem we have done. But yes, this problem we have done.
Yes, we have done this.
Yeah.
We have done one problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let us see one more problem and then we will go to next chapter because we have lot of problems are there. 5 units we
Okay,
have to
ma'am.
complete. Okay. One more problem we will see final accounts, then we will go to the next one. Okay. See this second problem. From the following particulars taken out, that is trial balances are given. Sundry material, sundry data, accounts payable, all these things, the informations are given. Closing stock, provision for doubtful debts, depreciation, furniture, machinery, commission, all these things are given, right? First, we have to prepare trading account for the trading and profit and loss account for the year ending 31st December 2019. Opening stock, purchases, wages, carriage inwards, if it is given, you have to write it here. See here. Carriage inverse. Carriage inverse, if it is given, you have to take it in the trading account. Carriage outwards, if it is given, that you have to take it in the profit and loss account. Sometimes nothing will be given, only carriage will be given in your problem. So in that case, if you are treating it as a carriage inverse, you write note, I am treating it as a carriage inverse, so you have to take it in the trading account. If you are treating carriage outwards, you have to write note, or you have to write in the profit and loss account. Okay. Then transportation, if it is in, means what? When you are bringing raw material into your factory, that expenditure is transportation in. If it is given specifically, you have to write it in the trading account. Or otherwise, simple transportation expenses, you have to write in the profit and loss account. Okay. Then the other direct expenditures, you have to bring it to the trading account. Opening stock plus purchases. If purchases written or written outwards, if it is there, you have to deduct it and write all direct expenditure. Credit side, you have to write sales and deduct sales written. Then closing stock will be always given in the adjustment. So you have to find out gross profit brought down. Then what are all the other expenditures, you have to write in the profit and loss account debit side, and income you have to write in the credit side. See the adjustments also you have to write. See the what are all the other expenditure, motor car expenses, then equipment is asset. Okay. Wages you have taken, general expenses, carriage outwards, rent, rates and taxes. These are the things you have to bring it to the profit and loss account debit side. Salary is also given here. Where is salary? Salary is 8,420. You see the adjustment whether any outstanding or prepaid expenses are given. Suppose outstanding salary, if it is given in the adjustment, you have to add with the salary in the profit and loss account debit side, right? Suppose prepaid expenses, if it is given, you have to deduct it. That is insurance prepaid. See here, insurance. See here, insurance expenditure is how much is given.
Insurance premium paid.
Insurance premium paid, it is given 2,400 till 1/10/2019. So our accounting period is December 31st, right? So we have paid 1/10/2019, January to 19. So how many months prepaid you have made? 1/10 means 10, 11, 12. 3 months you have paid in advance, isn't it? So paid 1/10, that is 2,400 for 1 year. So how much you have paid in advance? What for 3 months only current year. Remaining next year premium you have paid in advance. Okay. 1/10 means 10th month, 10, 11, 12. Only 3 months for current year. Okay. So remaining 9 months you have paid in advance. Do you understand or not? 9 months
No,
you
ma'am.
have paid in advance.
No, please.
No, ma'am.
Once again.
2,400
No,
you
ma'am.
have
Ma'am,
See here, 2,400 you have paid for whole year. For 1 month is how much? 2,400 divided by 12 into 3 months. 3 months if you are calculating, that is current year. Remaining 9 months you have paid in advance for next year insurance. This year you have paid in advance. That is prepaid insurance, you have to deduct it. So 2,400 less prepaid insurance, 1,800. 2,400 means per month it is 200. Okay, 3 months means 600 only for current year. Remaining 9 months you have paid in advance. That is prepaid insurance. You have to deduct it. Okay. Then general expenses, carriage outwards.
So where will the remaining 1,800 be adjusted, ma'am?
1,800 for next year you have paid this year itself. So that is prepaid advance. So you have to deduct it to the 1,800 here, and you have to show this in the asset side of balance sheet. You have to show as an asset in the asset side of balance sheet. that 1800. Okay. Then provision for doubtful debts 5% on sundry debtor. So you have to create provision for doubtful, the new provision. This is new provision you have to calculate on sundry debtor is 52,000. So 52,000 into 5% is how much? 52,000 into 5%, that is 2,600. Then you have to calculate depreciation. Depreciation on furniture and machinery 10%. Depreciation on furniture and machinery, furniture is 3,500 into 10%. Machinery, that is 24,000 into 10%, that is 2,400. Okay, machinery is 2,400, furniture 350. This is the depreciation. Then commission received, it is given here. Commission received is how much is given? 3,600. Earned but not received, given in the adjustment. Earned but not received. That means what? The current year income but not received. So you have to treat it as asset, right? So you have to write in the credit side of profit and loss account, and also you have to show in the asset side of balance sheet. See here, this is the trading profit and loss account. Next, balance sheet. You prepare capital plus net profit, add interest on capital. It is given. Sorry, this is previous problem. See here. Your net profit is 1,13,650. This is your balance sheet. Owner's equity less drawings. That is add profit. That is the closing capital. Closing capital. Then current liability. It is accounts payable. That is 22,000. Asset side, you have to deduct the depreciation on furniture and machinery. Remaining rest of the amount you have to write it here. Current asset, cash in hand, cash at bank, sundry data. Sundry data, you have to deduct provision for bad and doubtful debts what you have created. That you have to deduct it. Remaining amount you have to write it here. Then closing stock, commission received, earned but not received. That means what? Receivable in future. It is treated as an asset, earned but not received. And then prepaid insurance are also treated as an current asset. So now you have to close this balance sheet. One more important adjustment I wanted to say, bad debts. Suppose bad debts, here it is given bad debts written off. Suppose in the adjustment, if it is given 1,000, just imagine. Okay, 1,000 or 2,000 rupees is given, bad debts written off. So how you have to write? And also including this provision. This provision is new provision. So how would you treat? So this 2,000 rupees bad debts written off, if it is given in the profit and loss account debit side, you have to write bad debts written off 2,000 plus new provision for bad and doubtful debts. What you have calculated here, 2,000, not 2,600. How you have to calculate this 52,000 minus bad debts written off. Only the good debt you have to calculate, doubtful debt, right? So 52,000 minus 2,000 you are writing off as bad. So remaining 50,000 into how much you have to calculate? 5%. So 50,000 into 5% only you have to calculate. That means 2,500. So here bad debts written off 2,000 plus provision for doubtful debts 2,500. Add it and write it here. Suppose in addition to this, in your trial balance also showing provision for bad and doubtful debts. If it is given in the trial balance, that is called old provision for bad and doubtful debts. Say for an example, 500 it is given in your trial balance. Okay, so how do you treat this bad debts written off 2,000 plus new provision for bad and doubtful debts 2,500 minus old provision for doubtful debts. Old provision 500 if it is given, you have to deduct it 500. Rest of the amount you have to write in the outer column in the profit and loss account. Both the things, if it is given, you have to treat it like this. In the balance sheet, how you have to show in the balance sheet? Debtors 52,000 less
ऑनलाइन पे कर दें
Bad debts written off 2000, you have to deduct it, less old provision 2500. You have to deduct only bad debts written off, which is given in the adjustment, and a new provision for bad debts that you have to deduct it, and the rest of the amount you have to write in the outer column. Do you understand? You have to keep it in your mind. Whatever given in the adjustment, that you have to, it will come in the two places. Either trading and balance sheet, or profit and loss account and balance sheet, or trading and profit. Two places it will come. Whatever given in the adjustment. So whatever given in the trial balance, that will appear only in one places. Right? Whatever be given in the trial balance, all these items will appear in only one places. That you have to keep it in your mind.
Himanshu, can you please put yourself on mute?
Okay, do you understand this? Do you have any doubt in this? Provision for bad and doubtful debts, three things are there. One is bad debts written off if it is given in the adjustment. Sometimes bad debts written off given in the trial balance also. So bad debts written off, suppose same problem here in the trial balance it is given 500 rupees, bad debts written off it is given. So in that case, how you have to take? So that also from profit and loss account debit side, bad debts written off 500 plus new provision for bad plus old bad debts written off given in the adjustment, plus that is 2000 plus bad and doubtful debts created 5% minus old provision for bad and doubtful debts. So this bad debts written off given in the trial balance, no need to deduct for calculation of new provision for bad and doubtful debts, but we have to show in the debit side of profit and loss account. Do you understand? Bad debts adjustment, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Bad debts, if it is given in the trial balance, that you have to add it, plus bad debts written off given in the adjustment, that also you have to add it. Or new provision for create new provision for bad and doubtful debts, that is if it is given, that also to be added, minus old provision. Old provision means what? In trial balance, bad and doubtful debts, provision for bad and doubtful debts, if it is given in the trial balance, that you have to deduct it, and net amount you have to write it in the profit and loss account. In the balance sheet, how you have to only what is given in the adjustment, that you have to deduct. Debtors minus bad debts written off given in the adjustment, minus provision for new provision that is given in the adjustment, that you have to deduct it. Do you understand? And one more thing, after deducting all these things, sometimes discount allowed to debtors and discount allowed by creditors, that also will be given. 1% discount allowed to debtors or 2% may be given. So in that case, discount allowed to debtors, if in addition to this information in the adjustment it is given, discount allowed to debtors 1% it is given. Say for an example, imagine. So how to calculate it here? So debtors, good total debtors minus, suppose bad debts written off given in the adjustment deducted 50,000, 5% if it is given, you have to calculate, deduct it 2,500. 50,000 minus 2,500 deducted. So 47,500 is the good debt. So discount allowed you have to calculate only on good debt. So 47,500 into 1% you have to calculate and write it in the profit and loss account debit side, and also in the to be deducted in the debtors and the balance sheet asset side you have to deduct it. Discount allowed to debtors. Suppose discount allowed by creditors, if it is given in the adjustment 2% or 1%, you have to calculate on creditor. Creditor, say for an example, here accounts payable or creditors. See here, accounts payable 22,000 are given. So discount allowed by creditors, if it is given 1% or 2%, which you just to take it as example. So 1% into 22,000 you have to calculate and write it in the here this side. credit side of profit and loss account, discount allowed by creditors, that is gain. So you write it here, and this side, liability side, creditors minus discount allowed, you have to deduct it and write the rest of the money. Do you understand this adjustment?
Now in the examination, calculator is allowed?
Calculator is allowed, but mobiles are not allowed. Small calculator, scientific calculator is also allowed, but mobile you cannot use this as a calculator.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, do you understand?
Ma'am, may I ask one question, ma'am? Ma'am, which sums is this, ma'am? Is this in book, ma'am? Is this in book? The
Book
sums
it
you
is
are taking.
available or not, I do not know. Book, there are lot of problems also there.
Okay, ma'am.
Lot of this problems, lot of financial accounting book, lot of final accounts problems are available. Each problem or different adjustments will be given. So you have to practice how, if it is given, how we have to take it into this account, like that.
One very silly question, ma'am. Since most of us are not from the BCom or the commerce background, it is difficult for us understanding this balance sheet and the trial sheet.
Yes,
If you could please help us with any kind of reference link on YouTube where we can go through and learn this.
This one,
accounting.
our DD YouTube channel, you can anytime you can open it and see.
Okay.
DD in YouTube, DD channel it is there. You open, you can anytime you open it and you can. This is recorded one. You can check it. You can.
Do you understand, ma'am?
No, ma'am, she's not asking for this one, ma'am. She's asking that since we are all not from commerce background, so is there any reference material which you can suggest us?
Yeah, where we can start from basic.
Because
Yes,
most of
lot of financial
we are
accounting.
unable to
Lot of
follow what you were
financial.
saying, especially credit, debit, and all those things. We are new to
Yes,
this.
financial accounting books are available. Textbooks are available. Any books, simple local author book also you can refer. You can practice it. Okay.
Even we can refer a +2 books, no?
Why not? You can practice it. That also. It is actually it requires a lot of time to explain all the adjustments. They are in lot of 5 units. We have lot of problems we have to go. So here time, due to time crisis shortage, I couldn't explain much. So you can, if you are in Pondicherry, I can refer one sir Kumar, Professor Kumar. Again, he's taking tuition, weekend classes also. According to your convenient, you can talk to him and you can go for more practice. Or if you are in somewhere else, you can go for local teacher, any accounts teacher. Just if you go for 10 days for element practicing this problem, you can understand.
What is the name of the professor, ma'am, you said, who is in Pondicherry?
Yes, Kumar, Dr. Kumar. I tell you mobile number, you can note down.
Yeah, please.
He's taking tuition. 1 second. Uh, 944 944 39 15 400.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry. Kumar 94439 13583.
13.
9 double, wait. In a message box, I type it 94439 13583. See your message box. His name is Kumar. Okay. Can we go for next one?
Yes, please.
So these are all the I have given complete explanation also I have given. See here, the adjustment entries. What are all the adjustment entries? Journal entries, how it will appear, everything I have given it here. See here.
Padmapreen, please mute yourself.
See here I have given all accounting adjustment entries, closing stock, what is the adjustment entry, how it will appear in the trading account and balance sheet. So how we have to show. Likewise, outstanding expenses, if it is given, what is the adjustment journal entry, how it will appear. See profit and loss account debit side, and then outstanding salary, balance sheet liability side, outstanding salary. Like that, all the adjustments I have given here, very clearly I have given here. See here, prepaid expenses, if it is given, how you have to do. Accrued income, if it is given, how you have to do. Earned, unearned income or income received in advance. So how, what is the adjustments? Depreciation, interest on capital, interest on drawings, and then interest on loan, then bad debts, and then provision for bad debts. So see here, provision for bad and doubtful debts. So all these adjustments, how it will appear, I have given very clearly. You can go through once, you read it, and then you practice some problems, you will understand. Okay, can we go for next one?
Sure, ma'am.
Next one. Okay. Next one,
Yes, madam.
capital and revenue expenditure and receipts. That is capital and revenue expenditure. What is the capital nature of expenditure? What is the difference between capital expenditure and revenue expenditure? That means when you are spending lump sum for long run benefit, that is called capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure, which is incurred for the production, current year production, what all the expenditure you are incurring, that is called revenue expenditure. In trading and profit and loss account, what are all the expenses we are writing, that is called, all these things are revenue expenditure, right? Say for an example, wages given for the production, wages or salary, that is called revenue expenditure, we are writing in the trading account or profit and loss account. Suppose you are purchasing new machinery. For that, you have to erect it in your factory. For erection of your in your factory, you have to pay some wages to that worker. That wages is called capital expenditure. That expenditure will be added with your asset value. Machinery you are purchasing 2 lakhs. You are paying wages 5,000 for erecting in your factory. So total value of your machinery is 2 lakhs 5,000. Okay, that is called capital expenditure. This is revenue expenditure, right? Theories only. This is theory. Just you go through it. Let us see next chapter. Wait. Second one. Can you see this? Next unit, for only first unit we have completed. Let us start second unit, that is depreciation accounting and ratio analysis. Let us see depreciation accounting. Depreciation in the final accounts, profit and loss account, we used to write in the debit side of profit and loss account, and then we are deducting from the respective assets account, right? So what is depreciation? Depreciation means what? Do you have any idea what is depreciation?
Yes, ma'am.
The reducing value of an asset.
Decrease in the value of a fixed asset. Fixed
You
asset.
are purchasing machinery. Its benefits for several years, right? 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years, right? So every year you are utilizing machinery for producing the product, right? So when you are using its benefits, its value will be reduced year after year, right? You are purchasing motorbike. So after 5 years, what is its value? Will be the same? No. That is the value of the asset will be reducing, right? So that is called depreciation. Depreciation means that is reduction in value of your asset. That is called depreciation. So that reducing value, you are treating it as an revenue expenditure. That is why it is a non-cash item. Actually, we are not paying any cash, but we are treating it as an revenue expenditure and showing in the profit and loss account every year. Why we are showing as an expenditure? Why we have to show?
Depreciation is only for machines, or is it for the human being also?
No, only for machines.
No. If the knowledge is not updated, he is depreciated, right?
But we are not bringing human resources accounting. In
That person would be called outdated.
No, in an organization, if the value addition is not there, he is depreciated. So he will be right now, definitely will be like not evaluated in the organization and will.
That is different. We are preparing financial accounting. Okay.
This is
If
that
you
is
are
also
preparing
one
human
material.
resource accounting, that is depreciation is there. That is different.
I do understand, but is any mechanism for that evaluation of the human
Yes,
being?
it is there. It is there in human resource accounting. It is a separate chapter. That is different accounting, not here. Okay.
So yeah, I get you what you're trying to say, but is that valued and put it into your accounting also here?
No. We are not entering in here.
Okay. Thank you.
So why we are treating this depreciation as an expenditure and showing in the profit and loss account? Why? Because after certain years, 10 years or 5 years, after its lifetime, you have to replace the asset. So when you are replacing the asset, you require bulk money, right? So when you are requiring bulk money, you cannot take it from your business, right? For purchasing, replacing that asset. If you are taking it from your business, your working capital will be affected, right? So that is why every year we are treating it as an expenditure. That money we can take it out and invest somewhere. After 10 years, that money you will get a lump sum money. So that will not affect your business, day-to-day business, working capital. That will not affect. So that is why this depreciation we are treating it as an expenditure and investing in somewhere else. Whether you can invest in business itself or deposit in a bank, or you can invest somewhere else, marketable security, whatever it is. Okay. So after 7 years, for the replacement purpose, we can utilize this depreciation money, right? So what is the basic factors of depreciation? That is cost of the asset and useful life of the asset and scrap value.
There's one
Say,
doubt.
for example,
Sorry. Suppose if we are taking the amount every year, the amount profit we added up in the balance sheet, or due to the
No.
otherwise
That is
it
why
will.
that is why we are treating it as an expenditure, showing in the trading account. Profit and loss account. We are writing depreciation. And also we are deducting every year in the balance sheet asset side. We are deducting from the respective asset. Okay.
So
If you are depositing or investing in somewhere else, that is called provision for depreciation account. That is the separate account you can maintain.
Okay.
Depreciation fund, investment account, it is there. Okay, so various methods are there. In that you can deposit. No problem.
Okay.
There is different types of accounts are there. Let us see one by one. See here, depreciation. How to calculate? That is the value of the asset, and then life of the estimation of the asset and scrap value. These three are the factors which are determining the amount of depreciation, right? So for depreciation, what is the journal entry for depreciation? That is asset at the time of purchase of fixed asset. Journal entry is asset account data to bank account. So expenses, if you are spending expenses you are making on the fixed asset, that is a capital expenditure, right? That expenditure, say for example, wages if you are paying, that is asset account to be debited and to cash or bank account. Providing depreciation, the entry is depreciation account data to asset account, and then you have to transfer this depreciation to profit and loss account. So you have to write profit and loss account debited, that is profit and loss account data to depreciation account, and then at the time of sale of asset, journal entry is bank account data to asset account. When you are depreciating, these are the journal entries which are required to prepare that concerned asset account. Concerned asset account, ledger account you have to prepare. Okay, this is the ledger account you have to prepare. That is the journal entry. Okay. Debit side, ledger account, the left hand side is debit side, right hand side it is a credit side. So left hand side at the time of purchase of asset, you have to write the value, then depreciation, or if you are adding, you have to prepare asset account, right? So there are various methods of calculation of depreciation. That is, these are all the methods I have given here. Straight line method, written down value method, or diminishing balance method, annuity method, insurance policy method, machine hour rate method, depletion method, revaluation method, depreciation fund method. These are all the methods which are to be calculation for depreciation. Usually, we used to prepare in your syllabus. It is given straight line method, written down value method, and annuity method. These three methods. Let us see one by one. What is straight line method? Straight line method is a very simple method. The amount of depreciation is fixed, same. Let us say, for an example, how to calculate this depreciation. Cost of the machinery minus scrap value divided by life of the estimation of the year, that is 10 years. Say, for an example, you are purchasing 1 lakh worth of asset. So 1 lakh minus scrap value, say if you are having 10,000, so minus 10,000, 9, it is nothing but rate of percentage of depreciation is fixed, 10% or 15% on the diminishing balance method. Reducing balance means what? Say, for an example, 1 lakh worth of asset. First year, 10% you are calculating depreciation, 10,000. Second year, 10% amount percentage is same, but amount is different. How to calculate? Only you have to calculate on the book value. What is book value? Asset value minus first year depreciation, that is the book value. So second year is 1 lakh minus 10,000. Second year book value is 90,000. So into 10%. 90 second year depreciation will be 9,000. 90,000 into 10%, that is 9,000. Third year, you have to calculate 90,000 minus 9,000. So 1,000 book value. 10% if you calculate, that is 8,100. That is the third year depreciation. This is called under diminishing balance method. Annuity method, it is nothing but the table value will be given for 1 rupee value. What is the 5 years depreciation means 5 years that annuity table value will be given. You have to calculate according to that. The amount you have to write, prepare the ledger accounts, right? Let us do one by one problem, you can understand, right? See this problem. This is the under straight line method. Problem is given here. B company purchased the machinery as follows. That is date of purchase, cost of machinery. 1/4/2006. First machinery you have purchased 60,000 worth. 1/10/2006 you have purchased the second machinery 40,000 worth. Third machinery you have purchased 1/7/2007 20,000. Right? On 1/1/2008, 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for rupees 6,000. The machinery was to be depreciated by fixed installment at 10% per annum. Show how the machinery account would appear in the ledger of the company for the years 2006, 7, and 8. So 3 years ledger account you have to prepare machinery account, right? So see here, this is the machinery ledger account under straight line method. So first you have to left hand side, date column, particular column, amount column, date, particular amount. Okay. So first what you have to write? You have to see your accounting period is ending with 31st December or 31st March. Whether you are following calendar year or financial year, that you have to ensure for the calculation of depreciation, right? So here it is clearly given the accounting year, it is 31st December every year, right? So your first machinery you are purchasing on 1/4/2006. So 2001/4/2006 at the time of purchasing asset, what is the journal entry? What is the journal entry? Machinery account debtor to cash or bank account for purchase of machinery, isn't it? So machinery account debit side to cash or bank account, that is 60,000 you are purchasing. Machinery ledger account, debit side, you have to write to cash or bank account, that is 60,000. Okay. Then same year, 2006, you are purchasing another machinery. 1/10/2006, second machinery you are purchasing. So on 1/10/2006, you have to write entry to cash or bank account 40,000. In 2006, only these two transactions, right? At the end of the 2006, you have to write depreciation. At the end of the year, you have to calculate depreciation. And what is the journal entry for depreciation? That is depreciation account data to respective asset account, machinery account. Then profit and loss account data to depreciation account. Okay. So that is the journal entry for depreciation. So here you have to write by depreciation 31/12. Accounting period, you should be very careful. So 31/12/2006 by depreciation. You have to calculate what is the amount of depreciation under straight line method. See here, workings I have calculated. 2006, first machinery, 60,000 worth 10%. How many months you have purchased on 1/4/2006? So how many months you have utilized?
9 months.
9 months. So you have to calculate depreciation for 9 months. 60,000 into 9/12 into 10%. That is 4,500. Second machinery, when you are purchasing 1/10/2006. So 1/10/2006 means how many months you are utilizing?
3 months.
3 months. So 40,000 into 3 months into 10%. So 1,000 rupees. So total depreciation for first machinery and second machinery for the 2006 is 5,500. Okay. Remaining, now we have to close this ledger account at the end of the year 2006. So by 31/12/2006, by balance carried down, you have to close this account. Left hand side it is 1 lakh, right hand side it is 5,500. Remaining balance you have to write by balance carried down. This is balancing figure, 1 lakh minus 5,500. This is the balancing figure or book value of the asset at the end of the year. Okay, so closing balance of the asset value will be the opening balance of the next year. Next year you have to write account 1/1/2007. Right, 1/1/2007 you have to bring balance brought down to the account. To balance, B bar D means balance brought down into the account. So opening balance of the account is 94,500. So now you have to see in 2007, is there any other transaction? 2007, there is another transaction is there. 1/7/2007, 20,000 you have purchased another machinery. Okay, so 1/7/2007 to cash or bank account, third machinery you are purchasing, that is 20,000. Right? Is there any other transaction in 2007? No. Only 2008 you are selling the old machinery. Let us see in 2008. 2007 you have to write depreciation. So depreciation you have to calculate 31/12/2007 by depreciation. How much you have to calculate? See your workings. In 2007, first year 2006 you have purchased first machinery 60,000, second machinery 40,000. Totally 1 lakh you have. Okay, so 1 lakh this 2007 you are utilizing whole year. So whole year you are utilizing. Whole year depreciation you have to calculate. So 1 lakh into 10%, that is 10,000 you have to write. Then third machinery you are purchasing on when you are purchasing 1/7/2007. So how many months you are utilizing? How many months you are utilizing? 6 months. Okay.
Yeah.
20,000 into 10% into 6/12. So third machinery depreciation is 1,000. So total depreciation for the year 2007 is 11,000. So 11,000 depreciation you have to write it here. Now you have to balance the ledger account. So left hand side is 1,14,500. Credit side, that is 11,000. Balance carried down. Closing balance of the asset account in the 2007 is 1,03,500. That will be the opening balance for next year 2008. To balance brought down 1,03,500. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Now you see the transaction what is given on 1/1/2008. 1/3 of the machinery which was purchased on 1/4/2006 became obsolete and was sold for rupees 6,000. So what is given? 1/3 of the machinery which is purchased on 1/4/2006. 1/4/2006 we have purchased 60,000 worth of machinery. 1/3 value is how much? 20,000. Right?
20,000. Yeah.
20,000 worth of machinery become obsolete. You are selling on 1/1/2008 6,000 rupees. We need to calculate whether profit or loss on sale of this obsolete machinery. We have to calculate, right? See, workings I have calculated. Cost of the machinery on 1/4/2006. That is 1/3 machinery, right? So 1/3 machinery value is 20,000. What is the depreciation you have provided for 2006 for this machinery? That is 10% for 9 months. Okay. So 1,500. Then in 2007, whole year depreciation, that is 2,20,000 into 10%, that is 2,000. So total depreciation you have utilized for this machinery, 3,500. 2008, no need to put depreciation. Why? Because 1/1/2008 you are selling. 1/1, suppose here instead of 1/1/2008, suppose 31 1/2008, if it is given 1 month depreciation you have to calculate for 2008, that also you have to write it here. You understand? You see,
Yeah.
you have to be careful about the date. So 2008 you are not utilizing that 1/3 machinery. So total depreciation you have used 3,500, right? So what is the book value of the machinery? Book value of the machinery is 20,000 minus 3,500. Book value of the machinery is 16,500, right? So book value is 16,500 worth of machinery. You are selling 6,000 only. So is it profit or loss on sale of machinery?
Loss.
Loss. So 16,500 minus 6,000. So loss on sale of machinery is 10,500. Do you understand?
Yeah, ma'am.
This loss on sale of machinery, you have to write it in the credit side by bank account. When you are selling your asset, what comes in? What is the journal entry? Cash or bank account data to machinery account. Machinery goes out. Okay. So by machinery, this is machinery ledger account. So by cash or bank account, you are selling that 1/3 machinery 6,000. By 31/1/2008, by profit and loss account, loss on sale of machinery 10,500. Do you understand this?
Yeah, ma'am.
Then at the end of the year, you have to calculate depreciation and write it. So what is the depreciation at the end of the year? 2008, you have to calculate for first machinery, 1/3, 60,000 worth of machinery, one third you leave it. Okay, deduct it. Only 2/3, 40,000 worth of machinery, you have to calculate depreciation for whole year. 40,000 into 10%, 4,000 for first machinery. Okay. Second machinery you have purchased, that is 40,000. Third machinery is 20,000. So totally 60,000 into 1 year, that is 10%. Okay. How much it is? For 2008, you are utilizing whole year. 60,000 into 10%, that is 6,000. Sorry, I made it mistake here. Not 1,000. This is 6,000. 6,000. So 4,000 plus 6,000, 10,000 is the depreciation for the year 2008. So see here, by depreciation account 10,000. So now you have to close this account. That is 1,03,500. Here you deduct all these items. You will get the balance, closing balance of the asset is 77,000. So here 2009, that is 77. To balance brought down 77,000. You have to write, close the ledger account, machinery account, right? Do you understand this machinery account?
Ma'am, if it
Under
is the
statement
profit,
method,
we have to show in the debit side now, ma'am.
yes, if it is profit comes, you have to write in the debit side of machinery account. Here you have to write to profit and loss account. Profit on sale of machinery, here you have to write. If it is loss, you have to write it here. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
This is the straight line method. The same problem I have calculated here, diminishing balance method or written down value method. Same problem, how we are calculating, see here. Then only you can understand. First, that is first same entry, the amount of depreciation only will be differ, right? So first year to bank account 60,000, first machinery, second machinery, that is 40,000. Here first year amount of depreciation will be the same because 10%, right? So 10% for 9 months, 40,000 into 3 months, 10%, that is 5,500 for first year. It is same. Second year, when you are bringing the book balance, that is 94,500 by depreciation, how you have to calculate? That is the difference. See here, under diminishing balance method, you have to take only book value. Book value for the first machinery, that is, see here, balance carried down, it is there. This is the book value. 94,500 into 10% for, you can calculate straight away. 94,500 for first year into 10%, that is 9,450, right? $94,500. This wrong. 94,500. 94,500 into 10%. 94,500 into 10%, 9,450 for first and second machinery. Third machinery, you have purchased on 110 2007, right? So 23, sorry, 17, 6 months. So 10 percentage into 20,000 into 10 6 months, that is 1,000 rupees. So 10,450. So here see the depreciation for second year, 10,450. Sorry, I have made it difference. See, 10,450. Depreciation is here 10,450. Under straight line method, you see how much it is? 11,000. Second year depreciation is 11,000. Okay. Right? See here. Under diminishing, same problem, under diminishing balance method, your depreciation is 10,450. Right? So now you have to write the balance carry down, that is total it 1,14,500 minus 10,450. So here it is 1,14,000. How much is it? Calculate it.
1,14,450.
4,550. Yeah. 3,550. Yeah. 1,14,500 minus 10,450.
450, madam.
1,14,450, ma'am. It's
No. Okay, that is okay. No. This side it comes 94,500. No. This one you have to total it, deduct it. It is wrong. 1,14,000. Wait. 1,14,500 minus 10,450.
That is 4,050. 4050.
4050. 1,04,050. Okay, ma'am. Can you see this? Here there is mistake.
1,04,000 only, ma'am.
1,04,050. Okay. So now you have to calculate here next year depreciation. Next year depreciation. See here, 2008, you have to calculate here profit or loss on sale of machinery, 1/3 machinery, 20,000, first year depreciation 1,500, second year depreciation, see here, 10%. First year, that is 20,000 into 10%, you might have deducted, that is 1,500, you deducted 18,500 into 10% for second year. So 1,850, you have to take depreciation for this obsolete machinery. So total depreciation which you have used, that is 20,000 minus 3,350. Right? So book value of this machinery is 16,650. So what is the sale value? 6,000. So what is the loss on sale of machinery? 10,650. So the 10,650, you have to write it here. Profit or loss on sale of machinery, that is 10,650. In the previous method, how much it comes? 10,500. Now under a diminishing balance method, loss on sale of machinery is 10,500. Okay. So now calculation of depreciation, here you have to be very careful. For first machinery, 1/3 machinery obsolete. Okay. So now the 40,000, only 2/3 machinery you have to calculate for 2008. So how much it is? Not this one. Under diminishing balance method, you have to take 60,000, right? Depreciation, you deduct first year depreciation, you deduct, that is the book value. Second year depreciation, that is 5,550, that also you have to deduct. So book value for the second year, it is 49,950. 2/3 value is this much, multiplied by 10%. So you have to calculate depreciation for third year first machinery. Second machinery, 40,000 minus first year depreciation, 9,000 deducted, and then 39,000. Current year, that is 10% for second year to 3,900, you deducted, that is 35,500 into 10%, you can calculate. Third machinery, you have purchased the 20,000 minus second year depreciation, you have calculated 1,000, so 19,000 is the book value, 1,900, that is 8,740. You can do like this, or there is another method. This balance value is 1,04,050 minus that 1/3 value if you deduct it, and then after that you have to calculate depreciation for the rest of the machinery. Either you can calculate individually, or this book value minus 1/3 value you have to deduct it. Any method you can calculate, find out the depreciation and write it here, and then find out the third year value. That will be the difference between straight line method and written down value method. Okay. Hello, do you understand? Any doubt?
Ma'am, which is the commonly followed method, ma'am? This is written down in straight line.
Yes. This is written
No,
down value method. The way of calculation you have to do like this, right? That is the straight line method. There is another method. Let us see in the next class, annuity method. Annuity table value you have to calculate and prepare lease account, ledger accounts like this. This one, next class, tomorrow I will teach you this method and then we will go for ratio analysis. We have to complete, rush up all the things. I have to touch all the things. Okay, thank you. You practice some problems. If you have any doubts, you note it down. Next class I will clarify. Okay.
Okay,
Can
ma'am.
we
Thank you.
close? Can we close this class? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, please give the easy paper, madam, because no time, right?
Good one.
Nice, bro.
Makes sense, right? We are
Yes,
rational,
yes.
rational people.
Absolutely right, you are.
We don't even get 1 month also.
Absolutely.
Accounts means our accounts goes away.
They already started thinking about an MBA. Don't do this course at all.
We understand was everyone are serious about this course, but at least we need to be a little bit logical in clearing the exams also. We can write a lot of time is there to learn many things. Anyway, good luck for everyone.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, I don't know how to complete this in a very short span of time.
I'll give you one tip. Leave this for this semester. At least clear off the four other subjects so that next cycle you can clear.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Writing with full knowledge next semester you can do.
Yeah.
Hello, excuse me. Is this sir speaking?
Sorry?
May I know the lecture? Who's the
It's not
lecturer?
the lecturer, you students.
Class is over. We all are students.
Okay.
All the sessions over, I think.
Yes.
Today, one day business,
Yes.
environment and law and accounting class is held, right?
Yeah, accounting is always bias. Lot of discussions goes on.
Is there any